Hello, good evening for those of us who are in the UK like me, and welcome to a surprisingly Sotek-free Q&A. We're just waiting for Sotek to arrive, but I figured instead of just sitting there frantically messaging you all saying, he's going to be here soon, I'd just start without him, because hey, why not? I can. I've messaged him over here on Discord. Hopefully he'll be with us very soon. So, hopefully you can all hear me, and if that's the case, I'm probably just going to dive in with your all-important Q&As, because this week, for our Wednesday Lorebeards stream, we're doing a Q&A. We weren't going to be doing this originally. We were originally going to be doing a second stream about Laquattle. If you didn't catch our last stream about Laquattle, the Lizardman City, that was... I do believe a Sotek's arriving. That was a stream where we detailed out an entire Lizardman stream, and we were going to be adding much more to that, but there was a problem. A pretty big problem, actually, and that's the map. See, I did a big map live during that stream, and right after that, I did a quick copy and a quick paste of a low-res version of that over into Discord, and then closed it, and thinking it was saved on the cloud, walked away. It was not saved on the cloud, so I'm going to have to remap that entire bloomin' place, which obviously does not please me. Hello there, Sotek.
Hello.
Great to see you.
Yeah, well, hey, that's how you know it's truly the city of dread, right? When it crosses multiversal barriers to inspire dread.
Oh, man. I was literally so angry with myself mostly when I went in to check up the map and tidy up a little bit before we went live for the second version of it. So to say the least, it did indeed fill me with dread. So hopefully now with Sotek here, we're at a place where we can do a Q&A. Is there anything that you would like to add to that before we start?
The only thing I'd like to, I think, add at the start is that, of course, happy 2025 to everyone, as this is the first official Lorebeards are back, which is great. We're excited to get back into things, especially when we hit this Sunday and can get into some Bugman discussion, which is genuinely going to be a really, really interesting one.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a lot there that I'm really excited to discuss, because there are some, A, really, really old character, which is always great, because there's a lot of cool discussions there, and B, I think Games Workshop unintentionally did some funny things with what he represents in the lore, because what he is changed a lot.
Oh yeah. So if you don't know already, this Sunday we're going to be doing the Joseph Bugman stream that we intended to do at the end of last year, and it's going to be, I think it's not going to necessarily be the stream that everybody expects out there, because when you think of the great brewmaster Joseph Bugman, you pretty much think beer and hitting goblins, right? There's a lot more to it than just that, as we'll be covering this Sunday at 4 p.m. UK time, and you can translate that to your own time depending upon where you are.
Yep, but the only other things real quick is that for anyone that enjoys the podcast versions of Lorebeards, we are all caught up. Officially, managed to get that done since I had some free time to do that, so we're all caught up on that, which is really, really nice. All the bonus episodes included, so all the tier lists and stuff, and even the Laquattle stream, which I don't know why you would listen to that instead of watch it, but if you want to, it's there.
I mean, I will never, ever say again that people don't listen to that sort of thing after I got a ping saying that a host of people had downloaded the audio to the streams where I had discussed building up Callaghan, one of the cities inside Reichland, and doing a map for it. And the whole point of that stream is it's a mapping stream. And somebody got in contact and went, this is the best thing to drive to work with. Just listening to you chat away about all the different facets of the Empire and how they could manifest here. And I was like, really? A drawing map stream, and you just listen to it? Sure, you do you. That sounds great to me.
But and I think the only other thing, actually no, I would say that's everything. So I think we are good to kind of hop into it. I'm getting a little tiny bit of feedback of my voice on your end, I think.
Oh, okay, let me move away slightly. Mine is souped up from my last stream, so very possibly it's just a bit hypersensitive. How's that? Is that any better? While we're saying that and discussing as to exactly how bad it is, We obviously are going to get a lot of super chats in through the course of this stream. If we do so, we'll obviously be taking those first, but we do intend to get to other questions as well. Make sure if you are dropping a question into the comments that you mark it, if it's not a super chat, with a big Q or at Lawhammer, because if you don't, we will skip over it and we will almost certainly not answer it. So if you do have a question that's burning, make sure you answer it. But our super chats, as always, come first because, hey, if you could be throwing money at us, we're always going to very generously reply to your questions. And thank you very much for any of you that do. You all rock.
Yep. Speaking of which, I think we're ready to go ahead and get into it.
Sounds good.
Endres Baradak says, what's all that Olgu doesn't work in the darkness, but does in the shadow nonsense? Why? Where's the line? Night is just a big shadow after all, isn't it? Right?
Okay, so I'm interested as to where the quotation is coming from. Olgu doesn't work in darkness.
Yeah, to my knowledge, still getting a little bit of echo. My knowledge, it absolutely does. Like this almost feels like maybe you've been watching a little bit too. Wait, the 4th edition says that? It shouldn't. Where?
Can you say where what the source is for that? That'd be really useful.
Unless it's like maybe a specific spell.
It'd be particularly disappointing if it's something that I wrote. Which is why I'm asking where, because if it's something I wrote, I am going to slap my own wrists because that just is not true. But it is worth noting, though, that in World, there's lots of pithy phrases that are dropped about, oh, it works this way, oh, it works that way. But the reality is not necessarily the same as what in-character wizards may say. But I am interested as to where exactly that quotation comes from. So if you could tell us where that one comes from, that would be great.
Yeah,
because,
I will.
Yeah, it works fine.
Yeah, I will.
Indeed, if anything, it works better because darkness obfuscates, and Ulgu works best when things are hidden and obfuscated. And shadows are obviously a perfect example of that. But shadows work in a slightly better way because they also give you an idea of it or an impression that it could be something else, where darkness is just pure blanking out, so is thus not as important as shadows. But yeah, it works fine in darkness.
So it's certain spells from the Winds of Magic book.
Okay, so the Winds of Magic book. That was after me. I would never have done that. I'd be interested as to which ones did that because it sounds like a nonsense to me.
Yeah, interesting.
That would have been
okay. So it's not all the spells. It's 2 specific ones. So
okay,
it's
cool.
Shadow Grove and Substance of Shadow. Which hold on, I'm gonna take it. Forgive me, everyone in chat. I just want to look at these real quick.
Well, while you're doing that, why don't I quickly bring up the next question so that
I've already found it.
You've already got the first one. What's it say?
So Shadow Grove is you create an area in which all shadows are perceptible, even those cast by invisible creatures or etheric manifestations.
Yep.
Creatures possessed by demons or spirits cast multiple shadows, one for themselves plus additional shadows. A light source or natural light is required to see the revealed shadows. This spell will not work in complete darkness.
Well, that one's pretty obvious as to why it wouldn't work in darkness, because it requires you see a shadow.
And then Substance of Shadow is you make a target invisible and partially insubstantial. The target must be positioned entirely within a shadow, but this must be caused by an object blocking a visible source of light. Total darkness would not affect the spell. But I mean, if it's making someone invisible, why would you need to make them invisible in total darkness?
That's an odd one because the very concept of darkness is shadow. And that's one of the ones that I think could have been worded ever so slightly better. But it's still relatively clear. I have no issue with either of those.
Yeah,
spells.
I think I agree with both these spells because I see what they're getting at. But it would just be it's just an interactivity with these particular spells. Because like for Substance of Shadow, I mean, technically a visible source of light being blocked by an object would be like starlight being blocked by something
by
like
a cavern wall.
Yeah, being in total darkness where there's no shadows whatsoever is pretty. I don't know if you've ever been like in a room that's completely dark. I mean, like there's nothing, no light coming through door cracks or anything. Total darkness, you can't see shit. It is like, it's not like, oh, I can see my hand. It is, I don't know if I have hands and where they are.
The second one is,
It's just worded funnily.
That I feel could be worded better, and largely because it seems to be a simplification for game use, but it seems to miss the metaphysical nature of what's being dealt with here, particularly given that Warhammer has many species that can see in absolute darkness. So they can see in what would be effectively to a human eye pitch blackness, but to their eye there's cast shadows as well, because they can still see the differentiation between one type of darkness and another. So what is a completely black situation for, as in all you can see is black because it's completely lost in darkness, for some species, for other species has light and shade in a way that humans can't perceive. So this is humanocentric writing and not necessarily thinking about the deeper ways of how Ulgu manifests, but nevertheless the spell seems clear enough. I have no major issue with it. I just think I would have worded it slightly differently.
Yeah, if you were a GM, I think I would add a little more to your head and to your wizard's head about like what does true total darkness actually mean.
Yeah.
I'd
I'd be fine with that spell working in almost all circumstances where there is darkness.
That guy, of the Dark Brothers, which one would Be'lakor hate the least? Well, he would hate Tzeentch the most because Tzeentch is the one that cursed him. I would
hate.
I'm not. Yeah, that's an interesting.
That's yeah. So this is one of those ones where you've got to make a judgment call. This is not something that we have a definitive answer for. We fully understand that Be'lakor absolutely despises Tzeentch for a host of reasons. And the other three great chaos powers are, to Be'lakor, vacillating between once being almost peers to being something that have stymied and completely controlled its outcome. So all of them are hated because they are more than it. All of them are something that it wishes were not the way that they are. But I'm not sure that any of them would be more hated than any other bar Tzeentch. They are universally a problem or universally something to work with and deal with depending upon the circumstance at hand. I don't think that I would really put any of them above or below the others. It would all be down to circumstance, and in some circumstances he will be more annoyed than in others.
Yeah, that's a genuinely tricky one. Unfortunately, I think I would just kind of agree with what Andy said, that it would just depend on like what got in the way of his most recent shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much hates them all.
Yeah.
He does.
Peyton Burrows, how does Skaven Fear Musk work? Is it like a skunk spray or just pissing and cowardice?
Squirt the musk of fear!
So it's a lot of authors treat it like the second one, but it does actually have like a use for them as a species, which is that it's for a very communal species that they are. It's a warning sign. It's like how certain birds might cry out when they see a predator coming, or if like there's certain kinds of mammals that do various actions, or like how humans might scream or something along those lines. For Skaven actually have like a really bad sense of sight compared to most species a lot of the time. And they also, their sense of smell is like their strongest. Like that's their go-to thing. So they communicate a lot of things by smell. And the Smusk of, the Fear Musk is exactly what it sounds like. It's the Skaven communicating that something is really, really scary. And when there's thousands of them, it's really noisy, so they can't hear very well. Their sight's not the best, and they block each other. So smell is the best way to communicate in the way that they as a species operate. So if they smell Fear Musk coming from that direction, well, that means something really bad's happening in that direction, and they need to either get out of the way, or if they have a way to deal with which is going to be the usual response. But there are some among their species that'll be like, oh, that's where the threat is. So even in a strategic war sense, it could be a really, really useful tool, because they go, okay, that's where I need to send my better troops, or I need to know what's happening over there. We're being flanked, and they're able to communicate that information much more efficiently than sending a messenger or something.
Yeah, I mean, loosely speaking, it's a smell. And Skaven are a very broad species that are also mutated to a degree by the warpstone that they're constantly working with and constantly consuming. So to provide a single definitive answer would be in many respects limiting a writer. And it has been used in different ways by different writers, but loosely think of it as one gigantic fart, or in some cases, one gigantic wet fart. It's squirting the musketeer rather than farting the musketeer. So there is definitely a musky scent in the air that has been almost like a skunk spray emitted. But yeah, it's a big wet fart.
Yeah, one of the ways that it's used particularly well, like in my opinion, the Thanquil series is quite funny about it, is that Thanquil is a character that really tries hard not to spray the musketeer. So there's this funny thing about that they have enough, like they can feel the muscle gland, so they can like fight against it. Which is very funny from their perspective. Yeah, it's totally a thing. Jack Ruby, are the Balrooks / Sator still canon in your head? If so, they sound Zinchian, but I prefer Cornate, or because I think that would make Khorne much more interesting.
Yes, I agree. And all of the older stuff are not canon until some writer picks it up and says, wait a minute, I can adapt this. This happened with, for example, the Mardags and the Viadags all the way back from 3rd edition Warhammer, 1st edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and Balrog, somewhat similar, did pop up, and they were just very bad lists from J.R.R. Tolkien. But loosely speaking, they are... yeah, in my head, still kind of canon in some respects. And by that, I mean, I would use them, I would adapt them. And yeah, I think that tying them to Khorne is fine, but I generally prefer not doing that. I generally prefer going that the Warhammer world is a far bigger and more deeper setting than just the Chaos books, for example, would tell you, which they generally just go, 4 big great powers, they're constantly battling, yeah, whilst all the minor gods, lesser gods, smaller Chaos gods, all the other stuff just get pushed to the wayside because that just is too complicated for an army list to properly deal with. But it's something that the roleplay game deals with very, very well. So I would prefer neither, personally, that it's its own individual entity, and there's a whole host of examples of that.
So for those in the chat that maybe aren't aware, what's a very brief rundown of what a Balrog or a Sator is?
Balrog is just have you watched Lord of the Rings? Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's a Balrog.
Nice.
The old
Balrog.
I remember back in 3rd edition Warhammer, the old Balrog miniature. It's just a Balrog miniature, but nice. It was a very old version of it with the whip sitting there and the big wings. But it was an old Citadel miniature, and that old Citadel miniature got Warhammer stats, and it's basically like a demon. So I would, minor chaos power it rather than necessarily try to tie it to one of the great powers. But having said that, there's no problems with doing that, or perhaps tying it to Akshui instead, or perhaps tying it to the Winds of Magic and using it as an incarnate elemental in the same way that the Viadags and the Naiadags and various other deities have been repurposed by different editions of Warhammer into new things.
Yeah, that would work well. I mean, you think about how common fire gets put up by humans as this divine force, like there being a chaos god of fire would not be that much of a stretch, or a chaos god that has a strong affinity with fire. Singemeister, which Warhammer Fantasy character would be best on Taskmaster?
Oh, I love Taskmaster. Who would be best? You're looking for someone who is very good at thinking outside of the box. So someone not constrained by logic, someone who is willing to see something a little bit more, if we're looking at the Winds of Magic, a little bit more blue than they would be gold in terms of their general overall thinking. Someone who has a bolt from a blue, a flash of inspiration, but is also fit and is also charismatic, because many of the tasks involve doing something that involves singing or speaking or making a video or some equivalent. So you're looking at someone who's a nice all-rounder.
I would send Egrim von Horseman in. I think he'd have a pretty diverse skill set.
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty decent. Although Egrim von Horseman is, he reached Patriarch. No, I think Egrim would be really good.
College, they have a lot of really interesting skills to perform a really complex form of magic. He'd be good at singing.
Yeah, totally.
Unexpectedly.
Yeah, I'd be good at the performative parts, particularly because the Light College studies things like philosophy, acting. It's very keen on, for example, drama in its curriculum, because when you get taken over by the light wind, you become cold and logical, and you become almost dead-faced in many respects. And being able to still appear like you're human and understand what humanity is at the core of many of their drama lessons. So yeah, he'll have done all of that. Yeah, I think Egram's a pretty good shout. I like it, Sotek. Nice one.
Wow, I like how some. Okay, saying the changeling's just cheating.
Yeah, it really
but,
is. But the changeling would be too flighty. Too caught up to pay attention to the tasks at hand.
Yeah, he'd be that guy that's like trying to be funny the entire time and mess with the show instead of actually just playing the show. He'd probably actually be really annoying. To be honest.
Yeah, and Egram managed, and the big thing for Egram as well is he managed to get a full third of the colleges to go with him. The dude is significantly more than the base Warhammer character would let you
so
immediately suggest. Yeah, he is at heart an incredibly clever and fine leader, regardless of how mental he eventually becomes, because he becomes what he is.
Yeah, one of the best parts of the novel that I consider full canon for is that he convinced the prior Light Patriarch to die for him in a duel between patriarchs, which is like, damn. Mads Christiansen, hey Andy, you mentioned the Council of 13 video that Sigmar, I think not Sigma, which would be a different force, was blessed by other gods than Ulrich. When in his life did that happen? Which gods and how? Is there somewhere written where I can read about it?
I'm not quite sure exactly what you're referencing. I said because
you might be thinking of Magnus. Magnus gets blessed by the other gods.
Yeah, Magnus gets blessed by loads of other gods. Sigmar is a slightly different setup. Sigmar, again, different tales of Sigmar and different versions of him in either novels or side books or indeed the roleplay game. But Sigmar, generally speaking, doesn't really receive the blessings of any gods other than directly Ulrich, although because he's the leader of his tribe, he has to represent his tribe to the other gods. It's worth noting, though, that when he abdicated and headed off back down towards the World's Edge Mountains, according to some tales, he was literally blessed by and accompanied by Tal, who appeared as a great boar and walked at his side as he made his way. In that story, as I recall, he made his way east, not south. So he made his way over towards Talabheim, effectively, before hiking southwards. Although if you go by the standard tales of Sigmar, he made his way down to the World's Edge Mountains, down in the south and slightly to the east. But in that tale, he heads off east. So you could argue that you've got a Tal connection there. You could also argue that some of the other gods blessed him purely because he was the leader of the tribes. But I would not say that, like Magnus the Pious, who, although he stood as a standard representation of Sigmarism, he was blessed by pretty much all the gods, all of them, at some point or another, as he toured around the empire and said, "Join me in my great fight against chaos." And all the gods said, "Yeah, listen to him. Listen to him." And as he arrived at one city, like Marienburg, for example, and all the Marienburgers were going, "Yeah, screw you. We're not interested in you." And he'd go, "Chaos, we have to fight chaos. No, screw you." And then Triton himself rises up out of the waters and says, "Listen to him. Manan says so." As Manan himself pretty much sends Triton and says, "Yeah, he's on our side." So, yeah, Magnus, he's definitely got it. Sigmar, a bit less so.
Yeah. Isaac S., any good prison escape stories in Warhammer? I imagine Warhammer jails have to be nasty. Yes. Well, I don't know. It depends on what you mean. Prison escape is a bit of a loosey turn. If you want a good one that kind of shows the jail system of the Warhammer world and how brutal it can be, there's a trilogy called The Black Hearts, which is very, very fun. It's the best way I can describe it is it's basically a trilogy story that's just a big Wolfrip campaign put into a book. And it's very, very good and involves like it has a bunch of chaos stuff. Skaven show up. There's probably one of my favorite and best written Dark Elf villains in it because it shows how terrifying a single Dark Elf is. Like he's by himself and he's very wounded, but even though this group is like awesome by this point, it shows how horrifyingly outclassing elves tend to be compared to humans. Like this guy's nuts how scary he is. So I'd probably recommend that series. For more kind of like grimy, dirty kind of stuff where you kind of will like see prison type things. You could also check out the Brunner the Bounty Hunter series. He has some interactions with those systems, which is also a really, really good series. So, but I can't think of the roleplay game has a lot of jailbreak rules and like mentions of stories and stuff. If you just get those, like the newest book, I think it's Light Steps and Death Fingers or something like that, which is includes a segment on the City of Laws, Talabheim, and it talks about like the judicial system and prisons, and it has a section dedicated to prison break, so you might check that out.
Yeah, I mean, you'll find the prisons pop up in novel after novel after novel because they're a classic setting for grim darkness and awfulness. Right from the very beginning, take for example one of the very first Warhammer novels, Drachenfels. That starts off with one of the core characters in jail in a debtor's prison from the big fuck up of the last play he attempted to put on, and some of the details of that are pretty awful. So yeah, throughout the course, whether you're reading about, I don't know, one character or another, they're going to pop up in jails. But in terms of actual escape stories, other than games I've run myself, where, for example, Rikers Prison, not that it's based off Rikers Prison over in New York at all, down in Marienburg, over in Rikers Isle, I had staged quite a few from there, but that's my own personal games. So, yeah, not any that come to the top of my mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know in my Wolfrip campaign, we got sprung from an Altdorf prison after we may or may not have run afoul of a judge that was a Sulcanite, which that was fun. Brock 6000, getting into Wolfrip, Lorebeards, and Lawhammer has been helping me get through a tough period. Thanks, lads. Also got my copy of Dark Deeds.
Yay! Dark Deeds, which my copy is currently sitting here. And if you haven't purchased your own copy, go do so at madifius.com or madifius.co.uk. And yes, I will take any opportunity to tout it.
97. What are some reasons someone falls to Zinch? Could one reason be a person of lower social class trying to stage their life? Yeah. That's probably the
Classic.
most reliable, genuine way that Zinch. Because of like the scale of Warhammer, a lot of the characters you tend to hear about are like, oh, big wizards, and it's like magic corruption that gets them. But like when you're talking about the regular Joe Schmo people, most of the time the way Zinch gets them is change in status or change in class or change in situation of genuinely desperate people, and this force reaching out to them saying, wouldn't you like a better lot in life? Wouldn't you like to not be downtrodden, not to have these assholes walking all over you? Like Zinch probably has one of the most sinisterly tempting relationships to the average people. And in a lot of ways, that's what makes Zinch the most dangerous by far of the four greater powers.
I mean, we could probably argue this with each of the four, though.
True.
But yeah, absolutely. Loosely, the word we're looking at is change, and that is also inherent in magic. Magic allows you to take the standard cause and effect of the physical world and go, yeah, nah, I'm going to make it go this way instead, which is why Zinch is also the god of magic. Magic is at its very heart change. So anyone that is looking for a change in their life, and that's not necessarily just the downtrodden, it can be the richest person in the world who just wants something else. And it's not just simply about greed. Greed is often when we're looking towards excess and too much and Slanesh. This is someone who's looking for something fundamental to change in their life. And anyone who's looking for that, anyone who sees that the pastures may be greener on the other side, are open to the temptation of Zinch. And that is where, for example, Egram van Horstman can easily step in, someone who couldn't quite get what he was looking for from the colleges of magic, so thus change seeps into his heart, and Zinch suddenly looks like a good answer.
Yeah, a great example. There's I don't remember exactly which one of them it is, but there are two books for Age of Sigmar. One's called Oaths and Conquest, and the other one's called Sacrosanct and Other Stories. And they're collections of short story books. They're not like a overarching narrative. And it has one of my favorite Age of Sigmar stories ever written, which is a short story that, to put it very, very simply, you basically get a very interesting perspective of, you start with the Stormcast Eternal, who remembers the fall of his city, and he remembers it as like this beautiful, wonderful city that was full of kind, generous people, and he loved his family and he loved his people, and they were betrayed by some of their fellows. They were betrayed who let in Tzeentchian cultists and demons. And then when you get later in the story, you get the Tzeentchian character's perspective, and they were a peasant. They were this person that was a beggar on the streets, and she lost friends and family to starvation. And there were these nobles that saw themselves as great and awesome, but they didn't take care of their people. They left them to live in squalor or let them die fighting chaos and stuff. And Tzeentch comes to her and is like, I can make life better for you. I can make life better for your people. And you get this thing of, in a lot of ways, she comes off as the much more heroic figure in the story, and Sigmar doesn't. It's one of my favorite stories because it shows Sigmar in a really ugly light and Tzeentch in a very good light. Even though the Tzeentchian character fulls on admits, she's like, I know Tzeentch is gonna like twist this into something horrible. Like, I know, I get it, but this is still better than what I was doing because at least I have a choice. At least I have a chance here. And it's such a good showcase of a lot of the people that fall to chaos. They're not evil. Like, a lot of people that fall to chaos are not bad people. They don't start bad. It's like there are a lot of genuinely heroic. You know, Dr. Festus is my favorite example for Nurgle. There's a lot of people who fall to chaos with nothing but good intentions in their hearts.
Yeah, and you got to remember that in the Warhammer world, the Chaos Gods, as we understand them, which are horrific entities, are not universally worshipped as horrific entities. If you take a look at how the Chaos Gods are worshipped in some parts of Dorska, for example, where they're just part of a wider pantheon, and appealing to them is not seen as a bad thing, because they are gods, and they can resolve stuff. And we've said this before, but in many respects, the Chaos Gods, they win. They do it. They are the ones that are going to come out of this with the gold star. And if you happen to be a worshipper of Tzeentch, for example, you're very likely, if you do well and you come out of it as potentially an exalted version of who you were, and you eventually rise up to become a demon prince, you're going to live forever in absolute success. They're an interesting set, the Chaos Gods, because for all they are portrayed as the bad guys, they're also the winners.
Good old Rumple Foreskin. Good to see you. Just here to say Happy New Year, you glorious beardy bastards. Well, Happy New Year to you as well.
A Happy New Year to you as well.
Sean Schultz, how do Wood Elves view the ogres, vice versa? So there's
from far away.
Yeah, generally speaking. Actually, so this is where I'll kind of point to, Andy did a Q&A this past Sunday where he talks a bit about the elf-ogre relationship that I would really recommend checking out. But generally speaking, elves don't have the nicest views of a lot of the lesser races. They won't always communicate this. They usually keep it to themselves. But they would see ogres as big, nasty animals. They're dirty, they're filthy, they make a mess, and they eat literally anything they can get their hands on. And they're big, dumb brutes. Oh,
sorry, you're not done yet.
The flip side of that is that the ogres are very, very interesting for their perspective on elves, because a lot of ogres that actually get to deal with them, like at a distance, they go, oh, those are the skinniest, not worth eating. Like, what a pain in the ass. They're so fast. Like, they don't even like thinking about elves. They're just a pain. They talk too much. They're too hard to get. They're not even worth eating because they're so skinny and tall and spindly. There's nothing. The ogres just don't like them a lot of the time. And even when they do deal with them, elves are weird. Like, one of my favorite stories is an ogre tyrant getting tricked by the wood elves because they invite him to, like, he goes into Athel Loren intent on fighting, and they instead invite him to a big banquet. He's like, oh, okay. And him and his lads get given all the food they could possibly want, lots of dream wine, so they get absolutely wasted. And when him and his tribe wake up with hangovers, they're right outside of a Skaven tunnel, and the Skaven come pouring out, and he's like, kill the Skaven! And they kill all the Skaven. The Wood Elves go, hey, thanks for fulfilling your contract. You're awesome. Here's this big chest of gold. You're great. And the Ogre Tyrant goes, A, I don't remember making any deal with these elves. B, I don't know how we got out here. C, this is freaking me the fuck out. Get the money. We are never coming here again. We are leaving and we're never coming back.
Yeah, and I think that's in many respects a nice, easy way to summarize it. The wood elves view the ogres as something that can be used. They are a potential tool. They are dangerous animals that will bite your hand off if you get too close, in the same way that we might view any animal that's a large predator that wants to eat us. A lion or a tiger. We don't sit and look at them and go, yeah, we'll just happily chat with them. Yeah, no, you keep them at a distance. But you might cage them. But elves view the cages in a far more complicated way than we might. It's not just simply bars of steel, it's also the bars that sit within the mind, because they're more than happy to use other people and beguile them with words and situations and using their weaknesses against them. And as the situation nicely described there by Sotek concerning ogres being tricked into doing the deeds of the elves goes, that's completely par for the course. And obviously we have two different types of wood elves. We've got the Azrai sitting down in the south. We've got the Aenir up in the north. And if anything, the Aenir will be much more likely to use ogres. Not let them live with them. Gods no. Ever. They're animals. You'd never let them in that close. But you would happily use them, happily deal with them. Where the far more xenophobic Azrai in the south, it's going to be really down to the individual courts and how those courts manifest and how they work through their gods and use others around them. Because some of the elves will happily wine and dine and manipulate, where others will see them as nothing more than something to exterminate. Because the elves of the south, the wood elves, the Azrai, they are proper nasty. And many of them will see the ogres as nothing more than sport. Something to hunt, something to kill, something to bring into one of their arenas and slowly chip away at over the course of multiple hours until eventually it dies from 1,000 wounds. Elves are dicks.
Yeah, and and that's if they even choose to get like directly involved. I assume the Lore are good at this as well, but the Azrai are really well known for they'll just change the paths in the forest. So like an ogre army will come in and they'll just wander and pop out and run into like a Bretonian settlement or an Empire settlement or whatever and be like, oh, and the Wood Elves go, okay, problem dealt with, not our problem anymore.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, bloke person, evening there, lads. Which elf god would be a better creator of an artifact that translates language? Hoeth, because knowledge is power, or Loek, because the party has no fun when no one understands one another? That sounds like a GM question. So he's asking which elven god would be most likely to create a probably universal, or at least somewhat universal translation device.
Yeah, the answer is obviously Hoeth. But there's more to it than just that, because there's lots of different stories you could spin for other gods. We could very easily say Isha, who is desperate to communicate with her children that she can no longer touch anymore as she weeps away, creating effectively a universal translator so that she can get access to it. But she wouldn't be the one that creates it. If you were looking at the more mythical view of how these gods are generally presented, she would seek for a favor from someone like Vol, and she would go to Vol and say, hi, Vol, the great artifact creator, I want this so I can speak to my children. And Vol would say, impossible, because the mortals don't speak the language of the gods. Well, I require something that allows me to speak to them. We are trapped here in the realm of the gods, and yes, we are now so impressive, so mighty, the mortals can't quite understand what we're saying. But perhaps you could craft one of my tears, my great passion, my agony, into something that would allow the elves to communicate with us once more. And Vol then takes one of these tears and shapes this tear into an artifact that allows the god to speak to her children. But in turns, as this tear falls into the material realm, as so much is embodied by this that anyone that speaks in and around it would be perhaps taken up with the awareness and knowledge of whatever is being said around it, and that would give you an artifact in that example. And you could easily fashion a story like that for all the gods, because all of the gods and their own individual situations could have a myth attached to it. But if I was going to summarize it all, I would say you should probably involve Vol.
Yeah, I would definitely, yeah, absolutely. And the depending on how much of a dick you want to be about it, like if you want it to be kind of more of a casual, this is something that allows my party to just talk to each other thing and keep it relatively simple, you could do that. But you could also have it like where one of the underworld gods is involved, like Hakari, the mistress of magic, and like there are unintended consequences because the party's using it as a translator, but it actually is meant to do another thing that's a lot more dangerous. So you could have fun with it depending on how you want to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to summarize it in general, it would be create a story.
Yeah.
Create a myth, and that makes it much more interesting.
Because that would be a very powerful artifact. Yeah. I mean, think of like how the whole impetus behind the Tower of Babel, and like that artifact is like a solution to that, which is pretty
interestingly. I have literally done this in one of my games. A character in one of my games who's played by Andy Leask, a chap by the name of Adamar. He was a grey wizard, had a gem placed into the center of his forehead by the elves against his will, so that they could understand basically his monkey brain and how pathetic he was at communicating, and he in turn could understand the greater complexity of the Eltharine that was being thrown at him, which sort of didn't work, and he was sort of getting the communication between the two. So artifacts of this ilk are definitely the sort of thing, it was a gem, of course, that elves would use. But if I was building one for a game, I would always look for what can I do to build an interesting story, and where is the, if I'm going to be blunt, curse? Because often with Warhammer artifacts there is a downside. What's the curse that lies in here? What is the pain of Isha manifesting at as this tier has broken into reality, for example?
Simon Parkinson, hey guys, if a noble such as a duke changes fealty from one electric count to another, would the borders of the province then move?
Yeah, that's not how it works. The Empire's interesting in how it does its stuff. You don't change fealty in that sort of way. I mean, loosely speaking, the answer is sort of yes, but the answer is also deeply really no. Because they just don't. This is a long and complicated situation, and I don't want to spend ages in this because we have a lot of questions coming in. So I'll simply say that Magnus the Pious completely rebuilt the Empire from the ground up when he became emperor back in 2302 in the imperial calendar, closer to 2304 actually. And a part of that was ensuring that the grand provinces remained solid and they couldn't fall into complete disarray once again. And a part of that is answering this question, which is that dukes, the whole system of fealty, depending upon which of the provinces you're in, they all deal with it differently, but the whole system of fealty is not something you can break. You can't simply devolve to civil war effectively and swear to someone else just because of a whim. It's not how it works. The Prince of Reichland is the Prince of Reichland, and that means that if you're in Reichland, that's who you swear to, whether you want to or not.
Mm-hmm. Agar 89. I binge watched Delicious in Dungeon recently. What would be your top 5 monsters to kill, prepare, and then cook in the Warhammer world? Well, I can tell you already that Squig would be up there for me. Squig would be like in top 5. Yeah, I know, but I would have to see where it goes. There are a lot of. I think both the dwarves and the goblins have some really funny comments on squig eating. I mean, according to the dwarves, there's because like dwarves are not like what you tend to think of as like, oh, the culinary species, but they do actually have some really interesting culinary thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely.
In regards to dragon, dragon has some notable meals that can be used for that are incredibly rare, but happened enough that the dwarves have like go-to recipes involving them. I think they might also have something to do with troll, which sounds horrible, but to be fair, when you learn about some of the stuff that dwarves eat, dwarves are kind of disgusting culinary-wise. Yeah. They eat some, which we would probably think is rancid shit. But
dwarves aren't human, that much is certain.
They got hearty stomachs. Trying to think, what's a monster or creature that seems like it would be genuinely like, oh, I would try it.
I mean, well, one of the great problems with Warhammer species, and they sort of dance around it in Delicious in Dungeon, is that so many of them are actually sentient. And the idea of eating other sentient creatures is just a little bit yucky. No matter how you do it, you're like, oh, yes, perhaps something plant-based. What's plant-based? A dryad. Uh-oh, no, that's just wrong. And then you start going, well, hey, we could eat that dryad in a different way, and then it gets all sordid and weird. So, cut a long story short, the vast majority of the creatures are pretty frickin' disgusting, or they're fish. That makes it easy. Hey, I'll take a stir pike. But they're really boring boring answers because you're looking for the interesting things that are uniquely Warhammer, like squigs. But sadly, the vast majority of the stuff in Warhammer that's unique is also intelligent, which makes the whole thing a little bit icky. And as I say, they dance around that in Delicious in Dungeon by making them all a little bit, simple or spirity or some other thing, but not intelligent.
Yeah, I would guess you'd probably like just a weird list on the top of my head. I would probably say like squigs, maybe a finworm. A finworm could be interesting. The big snake creatures. I could also see maybe certain kinds
of octopus.
Bog octopus would actually be really interesting. And God, you'd have plenty to eat. Good Lord.
You'd be there for long. I once wrote an article for Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition where we were discussing dragon turtles and how dragon turtles, because they can breathe fire, one of the little asides was a chef by the name of Blasco explaining how if you killed them in a particular way, they cooked themselves on the inside. And that the entirety of the dragon turtle could feed an entire village because they were so large. So, yeah, there's lots of things in the Warhammer world that you could definitely do, but dragon turtle feeding
I would probably say like
giant clams.
Yeah, I'd probably then say Rhinox. Rhinox would probably be a good one. And then nasty, but I mean, it'd be tough, but I don't know, maybe if you're able to do it, maybe, I don't know, mammoth. But I mean, I would probably stay away from chaos creatures. I'm gonna be honest. I'd probably stay
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying griffin. I would feel bad eating a griffin, but yeah, you could do griffin. They're such noble creatures. Inquisitor Thomas, who would win, a skink-sized Kroxigor or a Kroxigor-sized skink?
It depends what you. I mean, is it a game of chess?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
In a fight, right? I would probably go with whoever's just bigger because the muscle mass is going to be kind of crazy. So a Kroxigor-sized skink would probably be pretty terrifying. I'm going to be honest.
If we're talking combat with a Kroxigor-sized skink, if we're talking a race, a flat race running over a certain distance, the skink-sized Kroxigor will easily win. So yeah, there's different setups.
Actually, the way I would put this is the skink would gain a lot of really cool upgrades by becoming Kroxigor-sized. The Kroxigor would not gain much out of becoming skink-sized. A lot of its natural abilities would grow significantly worse.
Yeah.
It's shrunk. CS, my first super chat.
Hey!
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
And yesterday was my birthday. Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Except we shouldn't do that because they get demonetized.
Yeah, somebody owns that for some reason.
Because, copyright. Bloody hell.
So true Warhammer fashion. Here's a gift. Thank you. Yeah, because you give gifts on your birthday Warhammer. True. Also, do you guys think that we'll see martial arts sex for Cathay, Shaolin, Taoist, or martial art clans like those in wuxia novels? I will say yes. We do know that there is a martial fighting thing. The dragon monks are the most notable. There's the dragon monks who have been like one of the few things that have consistently been mentioned in Cathay way back. Like on one of the older maps. Where GW barely ever touched that part of the world, they would point at a part of the map and be like, oh, well, that's where the celestial dragon monk monastery is. It's right here. And you go, oh, cool. So there are monks that practice, and there are mentions in, I want to say Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition, that talk about like the dragon monks of Cathay wield no weapons. They use their bare fists, but they can kill an ogre using like impossible techniques and stuff like that. So they're out there. I'm sure they'll show up in Total War at some point.
There's some nonsense Orientalist views in some of them, but the answer is yes.
Yeah. It'll be funny to me to see it when they actually get developed, like how they do it. But I mean, if you just go look at Total War right now, some of the hero characters like the Astromancers, and the Celestial Dragon characters, and a lot of them use martial art type attacks if you actually go in and zoom and watch their combat animations. Darius Rose, hi lads, happy new year. Just finished my master's thesis on large herbivores in South Africa. Well, that's kick-ass. Well done. And moving on to publication. Darius. Feeling good, so here's some money. Thanks for giving back into fantasy.
Thank you very much.
Darius, not to give you more work to do, but if you ever want to use all that research and be like, I'm going to create some Warhammer creatures that would be in those areas, I would love to see that if you want to make
Yes.
that a thing.
Start a thread down in Discord about it. That'd be cool.
You should use your expertise to expand the world. That'd be really cool. Magalodot, Andy, I so text this, but I'm curious about your point of view. What would you say the major differences are between Nagash and the Emperor of Mankind?
Okay, right. So they are completely different. Whilst it'd be very easy to draw many comparisons, and indeed we have done this at a previous stream, they could hardly be more different if they tried. The gigantic supreme dick that is the Emperor of Mankind, who has gone through various incarnations in his however many tens of thousands of years of life before he eventually rallies all of humanity together and then does his empire building thing, or Nagash, the I will turn everybody dead so that there is peace and no longer chaos gods. The pair of them could hardly be more different in terms of their overall approach. Nevertheless, they are both effectively divine entities, and they have surprising similarities if you're looking for them. But on face value, they could barely be more different if you tried.
They're about both as good of bosses / father figures as each other.
That's in fact, I mean, you can easily start drawing comparisons. But yeah, one is the creator of the Space Marines, and I'm truly bad dad. And the other is Nagash. Man, Nagash.
Yep. Hoplite, order Dark Deeds through my local shop.
Yes!
Hey, awesome. That's great to hear. I'll soon be running my first ever Wolfrip campaign, and I'm doing Enemy in Shadows. Awesome. Best of luck with it. Please let us know how it goes.
Yeah, do so.
Discord, I pop in there and read y'all's threads. So
yeah, that'd be amazing. I'd be very interested to hear how it all goes. Also, if you haven't watched our crazy version that's spreading out over on Lawhammer, do take a watch, because there is, amongst all of the craziness, quite a few very new ideas that might give you some different twists that you could take in your version of the campaign.
Yeah, as the easiest one that I'll point out is that Andy's end of Death on the Reich, I think, is much better than the book version. I'm not a fan of the book version, I'll be honest. yeah.
Well, there we go.
It's not horrible. You just read and you go, oh, well, that's a little cliche. But anyway, I just want to catch this real quick because I know this system doesn't catch out subs, but Ghost Iguana, thank you very much for the year of support on the Lawhammer Discord. It says 1 year on my birthday, yet Andy walks away with a gift. Hey, Warhammer birthdays, that's how they work.
Warhammer birthdays, that's how it works.
Thanks you two for all the content, Andy, for all the wonderful entertainment through Lawhammer. Lovely.
Thank you very much. Enormously appreciated.
Jack Ruby.
Mordig, cripes.
Who is Mordig, the Arabian ghoul god? Nagash, maybe? Man. So,
obscure. Okay, yeah. So, we don't know. That would be a nice, easy way of pinning it down. And I can't think of where that was in. Was that in one of the novels, Mordig?
I would think so. Hold on, let me.
Off the top of my head, I would say that was probably Neferata, somewhere around there, because I recall it at the back of my mind. And the Great.
Oh
Ghoul.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's from Josh Reynolds' Neferata book, which I have issues with that book.
Yeah,
but
so, my general answer would be this is either a manipulation by Nagash, whose deeper understanding of the gods allows him to effectively manipulate the Arabians through that. That would work very well and completely fits with the ghouls as well, and where the ghouls come from and what Nagash did with the ghouls. And I would suggest go watching our ghoul stream if you want a better idea on that, but I know you've watched already. But nevertheless, for anyone else who's watching, go watch our ghoul stream, because you'll see why that would make sense. Or alternatively, the ghouls have been picked up by a god within the existing framework of Araby. And that has its own interesting implications, but broadly speaking, we don't really have an answer for this one, because I'm pretty sure it was created for that novel. But that's off the top of my head.
It's only in that novel. Yeah, I can't remember if in the novel I think the novel might talk about where it originates from, but it could also, because like Neferata lives in Araby for a while, so it could be a Neferata thing. I'd have to reread it, which I would rather not, but I'd have to.
So apologies for not having that completely in the front of my mind.
The Predator Rule 75, playing a Skull Taker campaign, and Marathi offered peace because I was kicking her ass. That got me thinking, is there any way Marathi could sway Skull Taker from taking her skull? Yes, she could. Absolutely 100%. Marathi is the slipperiest bitch in the setting. She is, I'll put it this way. Think of how crazy powerful and they themselves were elves. They're demigods, if not full-on gods, depending on how you interpret their incarnations of the gods that Ariel and Orion are. And Marathi at this point had murdered Ariel's sister. Ariel was pissed. She goes through a whole thing of tracking her down. They track her down to Gron. They lay siege to Gron. They bust open the doors. They get in there. They capture her. And Marathi manages to not only convince Ariel not to kill her, but ends up giving Ariel a bunch of knowledge that is basically a ticking time bomb. With Orion the whole time being like, no, we should kill her. She's very dangerous. We should kill her. And Ariel goes, no, I've spoken. I'm not going to kill her. I'm going to take this knowledge instead. And Marathi just full on wins that engagement.
Marathi is older than Ariel by some significant measure. Marathi is older than almost everyone in the Warhammer world.
I was going to say, technically she's older than demons.
Significant measure. Yeah, totally. Marathi understands them in a way that others just simply don't. And demons are different to everything else. And if you understand what they are at a fundamental level, you also understand how to manipulate them. And if anyone knows how to manipulate a demon, it's a dark elf who studied magic for some 7,000-8,000 years or whatever it is. It's a ridiculous length of time. And Marathi would have no problems with that at all.
Yeah, I would say that barring some cheating knowledge because they themselves have ascended to demonhood, like the likes of Be'lakor, Marathi is probably the oldest, most experienced demonologist in the entire world.
Yeah, my biggest problem with Marathi as a character as it's been used by Games Workshop is that she's absolutely astonishingly immense. And she is often written like she's a cackling, silly little girl. And that's unfortunate. But sometimes she is written with the great majesty that an entity of her age, experience, and capability would certainly have. But particularly with Dark Elf writing in general, they are often just presented as moustache-twirling bad guys who are constantly stabbing each other in the backs in the most ridiculous ways in a fashion that is almost childish, where the reality of what would be required for an entity that old to continue for that long is probably something quite different. So the answer to this one, I think, is yes.
I'll leave it at that. There's more I could say, but I'm just going to leave it at that because, yes. Cole Patterson, I'll be at the gym while listening today. What peoples in Warhammer have a gym culture in the ancient Greek sense? What do you think would be unique to them about it?
Yeah, so there's quite a few of them, actually. Tilia, for example, has a long established history with, for example, their amphitheaters and their gladiators who have effectively a gym culture. It's also worth noting that of all the gods, Myrmidia has taught her peoples the truth in some respects of what is required to keep a soldier fit and healthy, has taught about diet, has taught about exercise. And this is divine revelation. This isn't one of those things where the stupid humans don't understand this stuff, because in the real world, that was the case. They got shit wrong all the time, but the gods have literally passed this shit down to their various worshippers, or those who at least are in their camp. And Myrmidians have a strong grim culture also, but in a very different way. This is manifested indeed even in the Lawhammer streams, where we have, for example, a Bright Wizard who is the mistress of one of the primary characters in the game, and she's doing laps, as I recall, in one of her first introductions, around the College of Magic. And she's doing so because she's been brought up with Myrmidian beliefs, because she was brought up by somebody and taught war by somebody who had a Myrmidian background, because they were taught by the Leoricans. The Leoricans are a subset of the Myrmidians, Leorican monks who teach people how to approach warfare. And a part of that is proper diet and exercise.
Yeah, I would say the main non-military exports of Myrmidia, you could probably argue, would be like dietitians and gyms. Would be like a really strong, like, average human, basic person cultural impact that Myrmidia's had on the wider old world.
Yeah, I think it's also very likely that there is a strong culture of fitness and keeping yourself in the best state that you possibly can to the benefit of Great Cathay as well, particularly amongst their militaries. So Grand Cathay, I think, would also have, whilst it might not be a gym culture as we understand it today, but a culture of fitness and keeping yourself in peak condition that's quite different to the Empire that kind of doesn't understand how any of this works. But they do understand the importance of training, which is not the same as gym culture by any stretch, but it is training at their individual martial capabilities or their militias or whatever else it might be, quite different to the gyms. But I do think that Grand Cathay, for example, certainly would, and Tilia certainly does too, probably Estalia as well.
Theo Bonara, would you consider make an episode on the Goblin War? I have a dissonance about orcs between their achievements and their depictions I'm trying to resolve. My failure drives me mad. I think that could definitely be on the to-do list.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And Teo, apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I think that's a good subject. Thanks very much, of course, for the super chat. The Goblin War is a fascinating one because it's changed over time, because originally the Goblin War was just a war between the dwarves and the goblins. But as time went by, later writers went, nah, fuck that. We're going to bring in every green skin known to man. And the Goblin Wars changed. So, yeah, that should be fun.
Yeah, and what I will say to the second part of your thing about the difference between how greenskins tend to be portrayed versus how, like, apparently terrifying they are, there are some books that do a pretty good job of showcasing it, and it tends to be, like, kind of a matter of perspective, but, like, the Fall of Dragonback is a really good, just nice little book that shows a very dwarven perspective on greenskins in the Fall of Ekrond, and it's scary. I mean, it's very, very scary. So I would heavily recommend that one to check out, and maybe that'll provide some thoughts on that. Captain Magma, build a minor Chaos God stream. Oh, that's something we'll probably do on a Wednesday at some point.
Yeah, that seems a good idea. There's even rules for doing so if you want to do in the old Slaves to Darkness book, the very first Realms of Chaos book.
Lost in the Dam.
Lost in the Dam, pardon me, that's it. Where you can randomly roll up your own god, and that's where Queethel Grizzlegut first popped up, because that was the example of a new Chaos God, and that was taken from a basic Skaven and then turned into divinity.
Yep. Thank you, by the way, to Grisgord. There's no message here, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. Darius, speaking of ungulates such as hoofed animals, are the giant boars like rhino size, like the Megalochorus prehistoric pig and the Entelodonts hell pigs? Also, Narla is the best girl. Good old Narla.
Some of them are.
Yeah, this is one of those things where realistically, based on how big orcs tend to be, they would be very large boars. Some of them would be even bigger, depending on the greenskin riding them. Games Workshop is never worried about that. They just go, oh, they're cavalry sized, and they never dive any deeper than that.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
in reality, there's probably multiple species of giant boar of various kinds across the Warhammer world. And some of them would be very different to each other. Some of them are going to be proper megafauna. They're going to be big, where others are going to be much, much smaller, but rideable by, say, goblins or some equivalent. And goblins, by the way, aren't that small. Don't think of goblins as tiny little things. Goblins are... they're almost human-sized, and they stoop over, and some of them are very cartoony in their presentation, but some of them aren't. So, long story short, yes, but much more beyond.
Yeah, this is actually one of those things where I would also point out the AOS Iron Jaws, that they really went crazy with like different sizes of big pig monsters. Any of those could easily exist in fantasy. Like, especially one of my favorite models that I would put in a fantasy setting would be, I forget what it's called, but they have one that's like, it's a boar that's so big, it's got like 3 different Iron Jaws riding it, where like 2 of them are hanging off the sides and one's on its back, because it's such a big pig. And that could easily exist in Warhammer as well. Magladrod, you once mentioned you both had different interpretations of Archaon. Just curious how you both thought of him and what your differing thoughts are. I feel like that would be more of like an Archaon-based specific stream.
Yeah, we're going to have to do that at some point. Archaon is an extraordinarily important character for Warhammer, both in terms of how badly they fucked up Archaon when it came to the Storm of Chaos, and how central Archaon is to the eventual destruction of the entirety of the Warhammer world. But the overall story of Archaon, where he comes from, where he eventually lands, and why he did what he did, is certainly open to interpretation, especially given that much of the detail that we have for Archaon comes from the novels. And as we've discussed on multiple occasions, the novels are a bad primary source for Warhammer lore. The core primary source is always the army lists. The novels are an additional source, which are, from the perspective of writers, we were told to ignore them.
Yeah, so what I'll say to this is that, so the big difference is that you have to keep in mind, there are a couple of different Archaons. There's the original Archaon from the Champions of Chaos book, which is 5th edition.
That was the days, yeah.
There's Rob Sanders' Archaon from his 2 novels. There's Josh Reynolds' Archaon from the final Black Library book for the End Times. There's also Archaon from the actual big End Times books, who is a different Archaon than the one in the novel, based on the same set of events. And then, like he said, there's also Storm of Chaos Archaon, who is a loser. And then you've got
Headbutt. Donk.
Yeah, and then you've got the Army book Archaon, who's also, and these are very different characters. They all of these Archaons, most of them have completely different motivations. Many of them have different powers. The big thing is that when you read a lot of that, the only thing you can do is really take what you go, well, I think this is how I would prefer. Like, this is my favorite version of the character based on the tools that I'm given. And it's very likely that my version of that is just going to be a little different than Andy's version of that. But that'll make a fun stream in and of itself at some point.
Yeah, I think that's a separate stream, because there's so much to discuss. But broadly speaking, it's a character that's been represented multiple different ways, and somewhere in there is the next version of Archaon whenever they decide to do him again.
No, and it's like, and then there's Age of Sigmar Archaon, who's also a different character. Bishop of Cheddar, do Chaos Undivided worshippers worship the 4 gods equally, or do some prioritize 2 or 3 of them and mainly ignore the others? All the above and more. Some don't worship them at all. Some just are just aligned with Chaos, but don't think about any of those 4. Some of them worship demon princes, or just a random lesser demon they've run into that they think is a god, or they just worship kind of like Chaos as a nebulous thing because they've never encountered an actual personality amongst it. Or they worship a local god that represents something that isn't technically any of the big 4. Chaos Undivided, a lot of, Andy kind of mentioned this earlier in this stream, a lot of people see Chaos from the battle game perspective, which is totally understandable, and they go, oh, okay, so there are 4 gods, and then the 4 of them working together, and that's it. And that's only 10% of what actual Chaos is.
Yeah, Chaos Undivided has been used by multiple different writers in different ways. Some of them have presented it as its own unique entity. Some of them have tried to say that this is just a quick code for all the other Chaos stuff. Some of them have tried to say, yeah, there's just people that are aligned to Chaos, or beastmen that are aligned to Chaos, but they don't really know about the other gods because they're ignorant. And that's something that we often forget when we're looking at Warhammer lore, and that's that the vast majority of the entities within the Warhammer world haven't got the foggiest what's going on. They don't understand what the great gods are. They don't understand the 4 chaos powers. They don't understand anything. And they're all grasping at whatever metaphysical straw that can hopefully grant them just that little bit of extra power or control or whatever it might be that they're after. So all of the above is the answer to your question, and more.
A good example I could give you, imagine if you went somewhere out in America, you go to New York and you grab a random guy off the street to do a quick interview, and you're like, hey, I need you to sit down and tell me about the specifics and differences of these 12 different denominations of Christianity. And he goes, I don't know. I'm just a Christian, dude. Like, I don't know any of this shit. I'm just a Christian. I don't fucking know. That's what most people in Chaos are like. They have no idea. They're just kind of in the vibe.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Hagen, we all know that the Chaos Gods have rivals, but do they have favorites amongst themselves?
As in Chaos Gods liking other Chaos Gods? And if you're looking for the shortest answer, no.
Yeah.
It's they're constantly at war with each other. They're constantly working against each other, but They are also, under certain circumstances, willing to forgive willing to, for a very short period, put aside all of their grievances to ensure that they achieve a shared goal, often through the manifestation of something like, say, a never chosen. But loosely speaking, no. No,
Yeah.
they are entities of pure emotion, and that is unforgiving in its intensity. Their intensity of what they are is so peak, is so extraordinary that there is never a favorite. They are what they are.
Yeah, remember, they are not well-rounded individuals, or they're not really individuals at all, but they're not balanced as far as like how they feel about things. They are bizarre and freakish and extreme in every way you can imagine. Andres Beranek, how would you change ogre PCs so they complement a team better? My group hates ogres because they, among other things, define every scene.
You are not wrong. The ogre write-up that we eventually got for 4th edition kind of missed out on something that I did with the 2nd edition version. And in 2nd edition, I had an entire section which was, ogres suck. And this is why they suck. And this is how you can kind of get around it. And that's what's missing. Ogre PCs can absolutely dominate everything because they are so fundamentally different to all the other PCs and most of the world around which they exist, that you are constantly fighting against what they are with whatever the adventure may be. So it's super important that the characters that you create as ogre PCs are much more grounded into the setting and grounded into being part of the group. And that requires some special thought and time. And what's missing in the 4th edition version is a good 2 or 3 pages of how to create and run good ogre PCs, because ultimately they can make great PCs. They absolutely can. But the vast majority of ogres are terrible PCs. Absolutely terrible. The core character of being an ogre sucks as a PC. So what you have to do is think outside the box on what you can do to create something that complements the group. What can you do to create something that curbs the excesses of what it is to be an ogre, and why are they like this? What does your character represent? What makes this ogre special and work with the party well? And that's the questions that you need to be answering. How do you make your ogre work? And if you haven't done that before you start, your PC is almost certainly going to dominate every situation and suck to the point that all the other characters will be like, I don't like playing with this. And that's not fun.
Yeah, and you know, the true Lawhammer philosophy: communicate with your players. Be like, hey, we've got someone that wants to play an ogre. What's everybody's concerns? Let's get these out on the table, and making sure that player understands that. All right, your character. You're not going to be a stereotypical ogre, because a stereotypical ogre is not going to be wandering around with a group of halflings, humans, elves, and dwarves trying to save the world or whatever it is you're up to. So
or
working
worse,
together,
they are, and it's going to suck.
Yeah, so make sure you communicate with everybody and make sure that everybody's problems are addressed. Because like I would love to play an ogre PC in a campaign, but I would do it very much with the knowledge of there are going to be a lot of things that my character is going to suck absolute balls at, but I'm going to have a lot of fun trying to roleplay how to deal with those difficulties and relying on my party members to be my brain all the time. But I will say that it's a good thing for an experienced role player. I would never allow an inexperienced role player to play an ogre.
Yep,
never,
agreed.
Ever. That's like top tier difficulty.
Yeah. And I just to add a small one, I would also be relatively careful of letting non-experienced players play elves if you want them to be proper elves. And they're hard to play properly, but the GM advice always forgets this, and the player advice always forgets this, because they're too caught up in going, I'm going to create this career, I'm going to create that new thing, and they forget about the actual playing of these things at the table.
Maybe unpopular opinion, but I think the first time you play Wolfram, you should play human. Like, you really shouldn't play anybody else at all.
Yeah, there's a reason.
Meet those races, get to understand them, and be like, oh, they're not what I think they are.
Yeah, totally. There's a reason that the default inside the character creation rules inside Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4 is human. So you can, for example, just default to human and gain a little bonus XP. You can't default to any other species because human is the core experience that Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starts with.
Yep. Michael, for you, is the elf split an inevitable tragedy of the elves, or the tragedy of Malekith, who was doomed to cause a split that could have been avoided? Ooh, that's kind of a chicken and the egg question.
Yeah, I mean, inevitability. Yes. I mean, if you look at the Warhammer world for what it is, the seeds of chaos had been sown, and they had been sown into all the species, which meant that they would ultimately fragment and fall to entropy and dissipate, and the world would end. The answer to all of this is yes. It doesn't really matter who the individuals were. It was going to fall apart one way or another if you go with the standard cosmology of what Warhammer is, which is pretty fucking grim. But if you're wanting to tell a fun story at your table, that might not be the story that you want to go down, because if everyone's going for the grim outcome without any real hope sitting at the table, it becomes pretty...
Yeah, this kind of falls into that interesting idea that you often see a lot of people go like, well, what's the point of a grimdark story? Like, if there's no point, right? Like, if everyone's going to lose in the end, why do I care all this stuff? Which I've seen before. And for me, the best example, this is going to sound weird, but like, stick with me for just a second. There's a musical called Hades Town. And it's beautiful. It is like one of the most beautiful, wonderful things. And it's about the story of Orpheus and Eurydice with some extra flair and stuff thrown in. And literally the opening lines of the musical is that this is a tragedy. It's not going to end well, but we're going to sing it again anyway, because maybe it'll turn out different this time. And you watch the musical, and the way it's designed, I've seen it live, and it's, oh my God, it's amazing. And you sit there hoping, like, you feel yourself going, oh my God, it's going to be different this time. Oh my God, it's going to be different. And of course it isn't. It ends the same way it always ends. But you hope. And I think that's what makes the roleplay game, and for me, just Warhammer lore in general, so good, is on a very meta back level. I know the Warhammer Fantasy world is going to blow up. That is the canonical ending of it. But when I'm playing the roleplay game, or when I'm reading the stories,
might not.
Maybe it won't, though. Maybe things will turn out different this time.
I seem to recall that I said something like that in the introduction to the Lawhammer actual play of the Enemy Within, which is, it's all going to go wrong unless the PCs do something. And that's what this game is all about. Will the PCs do something to have a different outcome to this whole mess? And perhaps they will, perhaps they won't. But as you see through the course of Lawhammer, one of the characters is there because, as far as she's concerned, the world is fucking doomed, completely doomed, and there's nothing they can do unless they become PCs. So yeah.
Oh yeah, what I wanted to say is that while this question to us specifically is not probably that interesting of an answer, for a PC in a roleplay game, this is a fascinating question to have at the core of their identity. An elf going, if Malekith had chosen differently, could this all have been avoided? Like, if I were an elf character, especially like a high elf or a dark elf, that would haunt my character as a what if. In a fun way.
Yeah, there's so many what ifs with the elves.
Yeah. So, Care, what would life be like for the average Imperial citizen if Vlad had won the Vampire Wars? Probably not great. Really?
Yeah, bad.
Listen, vampires are... Okay, so there is a... I say meme, but not in the sense of like a joke meme, but like in that a thought that is like caught on infectiously. There is a big meme in a lot of people's minds that Vlad is a very noble, awesome guy that would have been way better than any of the emperors, which is a funny meme. But if you go back and like watch Andy and I's Vlad on Karstein stream, by the point Vlad was reasonably in reach of becoming emperor, he was a fucking monster. He had lost it.
Yeah, he totally lost it. I remember discussing this with Steve Saville because he was writing the novels for the Vampire Wars. We slightly disagreed on takes for it because he was halfway through the process of writing them, and I was discussing Vladimir like some sort of vampire Heathcliff style character brooding away, and he wanted to make it one way, and I suggested that it could go a slightly different way, and we had a discussion about it. But we both agreed on one thing: by the end of it, he's a monster.
Yeah, the big thing that I would say is Vlad, even if you view Vlad as that tragic, brooding figure who does have a heart of gold deep down there somewhere, ultimately, Vlad has created a lot of vampires that he does not hold the reins on nearly tightly enough.
Freaking mess.
Like, he willingly created Conrad, and Conrad is, like, Conrad's a thing. And vampires refer to humans as cattle, and they mean it. In like the ugly industrial sense of the word, not in the, oh, we'll let them run out in the pastures, but in the, how do we maximize the flavor of blood and the amount of blood, and we'll keep them in these farms so they can't hurt themselves and they're chained up all day and all that. Like, it would be awful. For humans, it would be awful.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good. Good answer.
Darius, I just watched Nosferatu. I really want to see that film. And enjoyed the film
too.
a lot. How scary would Orlok be as a vampire in the Warhammer world? Would he be pretty powerful? Would he be stuffed in a locker?
Orlok was translated over to the Warhammer world back in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 as part of the Death in the Reich expansion. And Orlok was just a vampire that you could encounter when you're messing about in the rivers. That vampire has been, I think, recast as a Karstein. So... yeah, he would be a relatively horrendous vampire in the Warhammer world. Now, should he be a Karstein? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'd be a Necrarch more like... yeah.
Particularly how Nosferatu is generally depicted, probably more likely a Necrarch. But Karstein is where they went.
Yeah, that being said, what I will say is that generally speaking, this isn't always a true case, but a lot of times when you take like a real world character or historical figure and you import them into Warhammer, they tend to get fairly generous treatment as far as like, they tend to be pretty fucking scary. They're usually not added over as like a joke to be punched down, unless they're like a more modern real life person that's been inspiring character, in which case they'll usually get stuffed in a locker. Because the author's like, I don't really like this guy, so I'm going to put him in Warhammer so he gets punched in the face. Chapter Grim, Katya approves your sacred sale of selves with the High Elf player guide coming. Oh yeah, I saw that. The pre-orders just started, didn't they?
Indeed. There you go.
How plausible is it that there are gnomes on Ulthuan? I know they could be serfs or slaves, maybe, but what about Nomai miners?
No.
I don't think gnomes mine that much.
No. The Nomi, as much as it would be fun to put them there, they are not really going to be in Ulthuan. The Nomi and the elves don't get on that well. So broadly, no, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't come up with some good stories for some of them, for example, getting over there. The gnomes are known for their nomadic ways. They like nomadic, there you go. But one of the most famous gnomes was indeed called Addic, from nomadic. Because Warhammer.
Warhammer naming conventions are probably the worst, but funny, but often worse.
Yeah,
for the
totally.
setting.
They are known for, much like many who are suffused with... They are gnome. They, much like many who are suffused with Ulgu, they are known for wandering from one place to the next, much like grey wizards, and much like ogres as well are known for moving from one place to the next. And the gnomes do this. So they do get around, and it's very likely some have been over to Ulthuan. But on Ulthuan, no, not really. I wouldn't put them there.
Yeah, keep in mind that Ulthuan, you're dealing with a place that was created specifically for the elves by a very peculiar set of entities that were pretty... Ulthuan is a very unique paradise that ignores a lot of the typical, people just migrate places, because it's really far away from pretty much everywhere else. Except for like Nagaroth, which is the closest, but that's still a trek across the ocean. There was never an ice bridge. There was never a reliable way for anyone to migrate there naturally. So it tends to be just elves and like creatures, as opposed to like, there's no native humans, there's no native ogres or dwarves or gnomes or any of that. It's just elves. Brock 6000, having a hard time personifying Karl Franz. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I'll explain why in a second. For my Wolfrup game, are there any IRL people or fictional characters that come to mind for each of you for Karl Franz, either Foppish or Uberman version? Thanks. So, depends. Which of the many, many, many versions of Karl Franz are you very fond of?
Fucking Karl Franz. Okay, so Karl Franz has been depicted in so many different ways. My favorite depiction of him was favorite's perhaps not the right word, but the one that stuck in my head for longest was the one that was presented by the Shadow of the Horned Rat and Dark Omen games, where he was presented as a very stoic figure, sitting back, thrumming his finger upon the arm of his throne. And that always stuck with me when I was doing my own version of Karl Franz for my various iterations as I've presented him in my game. And I've also presented him in multiple different ways. But broadly speaking, I often don't turn to real world actors. And that's not true. I often have as well. But for Karl Franz, you're looking in most instances for someone who is absolutely in command. So what you want to do is think of someone who is used to having all of his commands answered with yes, sir. So that means he is confident, he is calm, he is cool, he doesn't need to shout, he doesn't need to bellow all of his commands out there because he is in control. Now, if you want to go for the slightly more foppish version or the more pathetic version, then you can just basically go from actor to actor to actor if you wish to do so and say, I'll take that bit, I'll take that bit, I'll take that bit. Because Karl Franz has been so changeable. But the broad character, the emperor who is capable sitting upon his throne, you're looking for anyone who is absolutely in control of his environment around him.
Yeah. That one's, I would have a hard time detailing because I haven't actively really thought about it ever since my personal version of Karl Franz got really heavily shaken by like really having some long discussions with Andy about it, and also reading like the roleplay game and all that stuff, The Enemy in Shadows, which just and I was so used to the very heroic Karl Franz, and now I don't like that version anymore. I like him. The thing for me about Karl Franz is I want him to be a great human, but that means he's human. So there are like notable flaws, which the Army Book Karl Franz was not human. He was Ubermensch.
I do actually have a suggestion, which is wait until the end of the year. Now, that might be a very stupid thing to say because you're like, why? It's because in Lawhammer, we are going to be dealing with the whole empire in ruins aspect of what happens with Karl Franz. And I'm going with the one that we were originally going to write for this, almost certainly. And it's going to provide an answer that pretty much talks to the weak version, the strong version, and all of the above. And it's going to be pretty freaking controversial. So that's a really left of field answer for you. Wait till the end of the year, watch our streams.
Yeah, if you want to do some Google foo, the depiction of Karl Franz in the Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning games is actually pretty good, where he is a very tired older man that is dealing with an incredible amount of stress because he's up against Zarkan and the Zinchian forces, and he's also dealing with Karl. The end of the year is like a year away, man. Yeah, but there were a number of like easily accessible short stories about him that were in the game but should be findable online. That he's in a very unique light. So you might try and check those out because that version of him is a nice balance between kind of like the greatest statesman in the world, general that's never lost a battle, awesome, badass Sigma Reborn that you get in the army books, versus the also not necessarily my favorite, like super lame version from the older editions. So, find a mix. Zylock, what books to start reading Warhammer Fantasy from as a 40K fan? I mean, you can't go wrong with Gotrek and Felix. Gotrek and Felix is such it's such a grounded, like, hey, here's your insert character who's here to guide you and be like, wow, that thing's really scary. And you go, I understand. That thing is very scary. I also would say the Black Hearts. Those are my two go-tos. And I think for a 40K, you'd probably like Black Hearts a bit more. It's a little bit more kind of raunchy and has a lot of that 40K flair and that some really just, like, these guys are dealing with some shit. And they deal with some of the really negative aspects of like Empire society. So from a 40K fan, you might find that more enjoyable.
Yeah, Black Arts is nice and pulpy. Good fun.
Bear Mattel, I love your streams. You keep me sane. Who's your top 3 ever Warhammer character? How would you justify a demented Tomb King enclave in the far north? Like, could I have an Egyptian Skyrim? So the second one, that's actually not hard. That's actually super easy. Yeah, that's happened plenty of times. They're the Tomb Kings. A lot of people don't realize how big Nehekara got. It was huge to the point that, like, you know, Sigmar, when he fought Krell, fought him supposedly in a ancient Tomb King city in the Grey Mountains, or the Black Mountains. No, it was the Grey Mountains, which is between Bretonnia and the Empire. Like, that's way up there. Cetra invaded Norska one time. Like, he gets around. So the idea that there could be some bizarre Tomb King city in a very distant part of the world where they've just, like, they have no business being there, but they're like some far outpost of the Empire that's just kind of held on waiting for orders that never came, and they're insane, would not be hard. That would be super easy.
Yeah, I'm going to go and give a completely different foundation point. When I was a kid, I was taught that Hadrian's Wall was built across what is now the United Kingdom to keep the Picts out from the Roman south. And this great wall was built across and acted as a great barrier, ensuring that the Romans never needed to deal with the horror that was coming from the Scottish north. And that was the limit of where the Romans reached. However, through the course of my life, archaeology started showing that that was just basically nonsense. And that the Hadrian's Wall slowly became more of a centre of Roman activity, in that this is where their empire ended, but they just went all the way up anyway. And they were all over the place doing all manner of crazy shit across Scotland in a variety of different ways. And that is an easy way to also think of the Tomb Kings. Yes, their borders reached the old world, but that's their official border. You really think that's where they stopped? And the answer is obviously not. Just take a look at the story of Cetra and arriving at different places and how much he realized he couldn't conquer all of it. That doesn't mean he stopped. There's all manner of different ways that you could develop this and turn it into something if you wish to do so.
Yep. And then top 3 ever characters. Oh god, I would probably say, like,
it changes every week.
Yeah, I don't know. For today, let's do Malekith, Tehinuin, and oh god, Thankful. There we go.
Okay, well, if you're doing that, then I will copy you and go with Marathi, go with Lord Croak, and end with Ikit Claw.
There you go. Yeah, that's today's 3. Today's 3. Check your bingo numbers. Today's 3.
It will change.
Tomoe Abomination, Metallica, the Milkshake something. Nice name. Oh, Milkshake King. That's what I thought it was going to be, but I didn't want to assume. Can y'all tell us about Blood Gold? Does it have any special properties, or is it just super fantasy gold to test dwarf resolve and stories? Thanks for the years of good content. Here's so many more. So, realistic answer to this is that one of the things that's funny about dwarfs is that I don't know which writer, but at one point a writer went, you know what? Dwarves really like gold. So I'm going to say that dwarves have about 200 plus words for gold that all technically cover different subtle differences between all these different versions of gold. And following writers went, okay, can you detail those 200? He goes, no, I have no idea what those 200 are. I'm just saying there's like 200 of them. And some writers will go, okay, well, I'm just going to come up with one for this little story I'm writing, and I'm going to give it these properties. And that's just kind of how it pops up. And the writers very rarely ever cross-check one another. So a writer will come up with a form of gold, and you'll go, oh, well, that's really cool. I wonder if there's more lore about this. And sadly, the answer is almost assuredly no.
Yes, that. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So, is there any special properties to blood gold? It's gold that's maybe a little reddish in hue.
Yeah, the Warhammer world, all gold is filled with good old Shamona, And that being the case, there are going to be some gold that inspires more greed than other gold because of the shaman that sits within it, or that logical fixed mindset as they become almost no, that's not quite the right adjective. They become fixated would be a good way of putting it. And dwarves are known for their great love, greed, and fixation for gold. So yeah, sure, some of the golds are perhaps one better than the other in that regard, but it's not really detailed to any deep
there's
degree.
also, to make it more complicated, but I actually really like this about dwarves, some of their descriptions isn't about the physical qualities of the gold. It could be cultural qualities. So like, oh, well, this gold was reclaimed in the process of avenging a particular kind of grudge. Or this gold was is brought down from like a distant ancestor in this scenario, which can make it far more or less valuable than other golds because of the cultural context to it. Could blood gold be like, oh, it's a different color? Sure, but it could also be that it was gold reclaimed in the fulfillment of a grudge by killing someone.
And the Oath of Vengeance is one of the most powerful oaths that dwarves have. So perhaps it's a method of fulfilling an Oath of Vengeance. And Oath of Vengeance will be something we'll be picking up when we discuss Joseph Bugman next Sunday. Make sure you don't miss it.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun. Crisp, how did Egrim manage to hide his Chaos Allegiance in the Light College? The novel presents it as he was just pretending the entire time, but there's got to be more to it. Also, can't wait to see the Grudge Bringers in Lawhammer. Oh, the Grudge Bringers are really fun in Lawhammer.
So my answer to this is, the novel could have done better.
The novel... To be fair, I feel like that's almost one of those situations where, like, it's one poor guy doing it on his own, and he only had so many pages to convey an idea that was probably really complicated if he sat down and did it. But I would suggest it would probably be a mixture of, yes, pretending would be a part of it, but also using ritual and sorcery to hide any of the more difficult elements. Probably a lot of really hardcore mind palace shenanigans. Probably a fair amount of his personal convictions, genuinely interpreting things in a different light than they might present otherwise. The answer is it would be really complicated, because think about, how do you detect someone is in league with chaos?
After all, if you want to look at it for what it actually is, we've got ourselves a light wizard, so a wizard of calculation, philosophy, deep understanding, and ultimately a lack of emotion, who has come to a conclusion that chaos is the best route forwards, or at least Tzeentch's or some other interpretation of that. You could argue that they're doing it for the right reasons. Perhaps he thinks he can better benefit the Empire through doing this. Chaos is a gradual change, and it's not something that would easily be detected. You could argue that he's not really even fallen to chaos until after all the events that happen and the formation of the Cabal. There's lots of different ways that this can be interpreted. The novel took one route. Other routes are possible too.
Yeah, because I think in the novel, he's not fully committed until the very last few pages after the whole thing goes down with Baldros. With Tzeentch like, haha. But Gregors, do you think that the Chaos Gods feared Nagash? I don't think the Chaos Gods feel fear. I don't think that really suits how they function.
Yeah, that they are massive, inexplicable, almost Chthonian entities. The concept of fear is very human, and they're not human. They are gods. Now, would individual myths suggest that's the case? Yeah, sure, because myths are written by mortals, and the mortals will anthropomorphize these great entities, and in many respects reposition them according to their own individual beliefs. But the actual entities themselves, no, they're beyond that. They're beyond this tiny little world. It's just, if you go with the Age of Sigmar version, just one of multiple billions of worlds that they're just sitting there crushing away at the seams of. One tiny little entity sitting on one tiny little world is not going to be something that concerns them in the slightest. Fear, no.
Yeah, there are other emotions you could use. Like, I could say, like, frustration and rage could be definitely some ones. But I don't think I would ever reach for fear with the Chaos Gods. Especially because, hell, at least in fantasy, I won't speak to AOS because AOS is different. But in fantasy, like, there are gods that die, but what is death to a creature that lives in a dimension where time is not...
itself,
It's not really a thing. So that there are gods that die, but they're actually like that version dies, but they're still, as far as the world is concerned, a thing that comes back later because time works in a different mess.
Yeah, totally.
It's not linear. Magladroth, could you explain what the great beast of Chaos Undivided is? Seems to be a terrifying but underused entity. So, to my understanding, this is almost more of like a prophetic or hypothetical understanding of people's thought of what is Chaos Undivided. Which, to be honest, I was going to say this earlier. I actually hate the term Chaos Undivided when it's not with an Everchosen, because it gives this implication that there is something there. I would call it more Chaos Unaligned, not Chaos Undivided. But I would say the Great Beast is not, it's probably not really a thing. It's probably various entities within the Warhammer world's interpretation of what if Chaos was, in truth, one conglomerate super monstrosity. That would be the Great Beast of Chaos Undivided, which would be horrifying, but I've never seen any realistic evidence that such a thing exists.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad appraisal of the situation as it stands. It's a potential that would be horrifying. I think there is a lot that could be used with this idea, but no one has. And there is a variety of different ways that this could be repositioned. I've already kind of hinted at that with our Lawhammer game, and what happens with the party as they move through the Great Circle and start understanding the reasons the Great Circle exists. If you haven't played the Enemy Within, don't know anything about it, I'm saying nothing more. But if you have, you know what I'm talking about. And the idea of the potential of a great entity, and thus if it ever could exist, it does exist. And the potential issues that raises within the weird cosmology of the Warhammer world is, I think, something that could be much more deeply investigated. But as it loosely sits, not really. It's not really a thing. And it's just some writer's attempt to make sense of Chaos Undivided, because it was absolutely a thing in different versions of the rules, where you could have someone that was aligned to Chaos Undivided rather than the 4 great Chaos powers, as in none of them were more important to this individual character, and different writers have attempted to pin down what that means, and the Great Beast is one example of that.
Yeah, but I would love, like Andy said, it is this could be a thing. There could be characters in the universe that are trying to make it a thing, to manifest it. But it can take all sorts of different forms. Biofoot, hey gents, glad you guys get together today. Love the content you two make and wish you many happy days ahead. Wow, Biofoot.
Thank you, Biofoot.
Not mentioning Fishman. What a rare day.
I'll take it.
Wolf, choose a character, then make them a Pokemon. Oh my good lord. Surprisingly easy to do because of how weird Pokemon has gotten, especially in its later years. Oh my god, who would I throw a Pokeball at?
I'm just imagining the Cathayan Emperor is Pikachu.
I would probably do like one of the greater demon characters. They would make that would be such a goofily easy transition. It's just sad. But Gerhardt, I think that's a little more Power World than Pokemon, but silly. Sorcerer Fred, want to thank you both for the amazing content. I take turns DMing a game with a High Elf Mage, Witchfinder General, Ogre Butcher, Questing Knight, and a Norse Dwarf Ironbreaker. That is a cast.
That is one hell of a cast. Good luck with that one, Sorcerer Friend.
So Lorebeards has really helped. God bless. God bless you in return. That is a thick cast of characters.
It is. Good luck with that one.
Lord. Ricky Chapman, still suffering from Nurgle's gift. We're currently building his herald to appease him, and we had a question. Could Morgur eat the Maw, or would they just go full Ouroboros and eat each other eternally? That would be a really cool concept.
Yeah, this is where it becomes a bit more mythical rather than physical. Where the actual physicality of the situation makes it difficult because, the more you eat the maw, the bigger the maw gets.
Yeah, Yeah, I would say because of the restrictions Morger faces to manifest, you could just push him in and he's just going to get 8 and then he'll be reborn somewhere else. So, like, based on our understanding of Morger, the mob would just eat him and then he'd pop up elsewhere. But do I think that you could do a really cool, weird thing of like, oh my God, I love the idea of like there being some kind of shaman in universe that's trying to do something here because he is under this idea that like if they were to feed into each other, it would literally be an eternal cycle that only empowers both of them and would make the situation far worse for the world. But it would take some really fucky etheric shenanigans.
Yeah, I'd leave that one to myth rather than trying to resolve it physically. It would make a great story. It'd make a great... I could imagine a page, for example, sitting inside an army list with some lovely little art sitting around it and a central little block of text telling the myth of the time that he moved against the Maw and exactly what happened. And I think that would be great. It'd make for a great one-page snippet, but I don't think I'd be looking to
that would be
describe it physically.
That would be a fun way of just, you have these characters talking about how, like, to this day, their battle is said to continue in the great beyond where they're eternally eating one another. Yeah. The Rowdy King. Can any race be given the blood kiss? Do vampires usually see people they're given to as family members? So the first answer depends on who you ask, technically.
No!
Yeah, me and Andy are very firmly in the no category.
Actually, if I'm being honest, I'm in the no but category. The answer is no, but there is always exceptions in the Warhammer world, and if you have an exception, you need a really good story to justify it.
Yeah, and even in the one time this did happen, which was the end times where a lot of stupid shit happened, there are two different versions of it, where one author said, oh yeah, an elf turned into a vampire, isn't that horrible? And another author said, no, she didn't. She was the mortal incarnation of Erith Kial and just looks like she became a vampire, but she's not actually a vampire. She just looks like one. And you're like, all right, guys. So I would say, generally speaking, no, but there has been mention of like a vampire halfling, though whether or not that was real is really messy. And I do like the idea that humans and halflings and ogres are so closely enough related that maybe there could be some crossover there, because an ogre vampire would be the scariest fucking thing in existence. But do they normally see the person they've given it to as family? Depends on the vampires. A lot of them do. Often you hear like terms of like father in darkness or mother in darkness, or like brother and sister and stuff like that, where like Manfred is very much depicted to see Vlad von Karstein as his father, unironically. Like he loved his father loved him, though their relationship was complicated. But do all of them feel that way? I wouldn't say all of them. It depends. It's a cultural thing, not a...
Yeah, vampires are broad.
Strictly
They're a
defined
broad church with lots of different ways of manifesting.
Darius Rose, what bloodline would Orlok be? Necroc, I would bet $1 billion. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Karstein is where it often goes, but it should be Necroc.
Yeah. Zaydzilla, are there any times besides the end times that the Greenskins and Ogres ally? Do they get along with all the when all the Greenskins all mix? What happens with the Noblars? So have they teamed up in prior times? Yes. Yep. Sometimes their goals align.
Yeah.
And that's great. Fine. Do they get along? It depends. They have very similar cultural, like...
Yeah, workers get on with everyone.
Yeah, there are a lot of things they genuinely enjoy about one another, because their cultures are very violence-focused, where fighting is like a core cultural concept to them. Greenskins don't have the great fascination with eating that ogres do, but Greenskins do like to eat. So they get along pretty swimmingly. That being said, when they all mix, what happens with the Noblars? Generally speaking, they stay close to the ogres. They stay very close to the ogres.
Sometimes get eaten.
Yeah, sometimes they get eaten. But
a Noblar makes a good toothpick.
Yeah, rather amusingly, Noblars are kind of funny in that they're more afraid of goblins than they are the other Greenskins, because since they're smaller than the goblins can pick on them that normally don't get to pick on anybody. But it's kind of like the same thing with Snotlings. Snotlings are very, very, very tiny Greenskins. They're the smallest breed we know of. And Snotlings a lot of goblins are really mean to them, but orcs really like snotlings. Orcs often tend to have a favorite snotling, so the snotlings will stay close to the orcs because the orcs are safer because the goblins are just jerks.
Yeah, so the short answer for this one is that ogres and greenskins have in almost every edition of Warhammer been allies at various points. But ogres in almost every edition of Warhammer have also been allies to, say, humanity. Right back to the very first edition of Warhammer, that was the case. So the answer to this is yes. Do they get along? Most of the time.
Yep. Siegfried, how powerful are Grail Knights compared to Demon Princes? Grail Knights are
Depends on the Grail Knight. Depends on the Demon Prince.
Yeah, there is a huge spectrum in both of those teams. Grail Knights are really... I get really sad thinking about Grail Knights sometimes because they got really shafted by the 6th edition where they just kind of shoved them in as a rare choice and gave them really garbage stats. But if you compare them to other 6th edition armies, they were pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
But as the editions carried on to 7th and 8th, the mountain we shot up in power creep was nuts. If Grail Knights had continued to exist into the later editions, they would have been one of the scariest fucking units in the game. Up there with the Blood Knights and the full skull crushers and all that other stuff. So a lot of people, I think, tend to get... It's one of those things you have to take in context, where a lot of people, especially when you're having like the goofy arguments of like, could a Grail Knight take on a Space Marine or whatever? You tend to get people that look at just the material we got and go, oh, well, they're not that impressive. And go, well, they missed out on like 10 plus years of development that would have made where we were just getting power creep. And Grail Knights, when you read the novels, there is a huge spectrum of power between Grail Knights.
Yeah.
There are some Grail Knights that are so goddamn powerful, they go toe to toe, like one-on-one, with no backup, no wizards, no nothing. It's just them up against greater demons and demon princes, and they can win.
I mean, to summarize this, think of the X-Men. Can the X-Men take on a demon prince? Depends on the X-Man. But they are all, in their individual spheres, very powerful. And they are kind of like superheroes, which is why I purposely went with the X-Men analogy. And there's lots of different X-Men, all with different powers, and the Grail Knights, similarly, are all very different, but most of them are very martially aligned. And most of them would certainly give it a damn good go facing down against a Demon Prince, should, for example, their Grail Chapel be under attack. That Grail Knight will be coming out and will be going toe-to-toe with faith in that Grail Knight's heart, and very possibly will take down the Demon Prince. But very possibly won't, because it depends on what the story at hand requires.
Yeah, we really need to do a Lorebeards stream on just Grail Knights at some point, like we did with Slayers and Dragon Ogres. I think that would actually be a really good stream.
That'd be a fun one.
Tank Matter, salutations, gents. Any possibility of a collaboration between the two of you and the boys running the Lore Crimes podcast channel? I'm not familiar with it, but if I don't know if you know them personally, but if you'd reach out to them, do whatever. Yeah, ask them if they'd want to do that.
We do anything.
We'll literally do anything. We're not picky.
Yeah, totally.
That's how this show got started. Hey, you want to do something? Fuck yeah,
sure, let's do it.
Snowstiff, what are some dwarven meals? Please explain. Okay, I'm going to put this a nice way. There are some books that portray dwarven food in like these grand, delicious, a lot of cheeses, a lot of meats, a lot of breads are kind of the hallmarks. Mushrooms often end up there as well. Then you have, let's say, Vermintide, which has Barden, who I love. And Barden has a story he tells about the time he met the Duke of Paravon, and he fought alongside him. And Barden was a cool badass. And Barden's a ranger, right? So he kind of lives out in the mountains and stuff. And Barden mentions that as a gift for his service to the Duke of Paravon, he was given a pony. And one of the other characters goes, oh, please, God, tell me this isn't going where I think it goes. And Barden goes, that pony was delicious because he fucking ate it. Some dwarfs will eat anything. There's a special kind of cheese miners keep under their hats that just sits on their sweaty ass heads for weeks, and they don't eat it unless it's an emergency. And it's a really hard, gross, nasty ass cheese, but dwarfs are like, great, delicious. But they have...
Yeah, dwarves have quite a different set of tolerances to humanity. They're far tougher, able to ingest and consume things that humanity can't. That being the case, their diet is somewhat broader and goes into an area of flavors and tastes that human diets don't. They also are somewhat renowned in various versions for having a lot more fungal aspects to their diet because they're often living in holes with underground fungus all over the place. So yeah, they just think of their meals as much more pungent than human ones.
Yeah, I mean they have a form of stew that involves troll meat. A human would literally never, literally never. Nitentuel, to your understanding, are Nakoho and Zuvasin still canon? How would you do a Malal at home Chaos God? So I think that would.
But yes, but no.
Yeah, that's so, I would agree with Andy.
So Nakoho and Zuvasin, I've got a little bit of actual discussion on this. When we were doing the Tome of Salvation for 2nd edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, I wanted to include them because they had already been included in previous editions of the game, because they were only added because, well, they couldn't use Malal. That's why they got added in the first place. They couldn't use Malal because Malal was created by someone that wasn't Games Workshop, as was Arianka, one of the goddesses of law. They just couldn't use those because they didn't hold the license for it. It wasn't theirs. So they created Nakoho and Zuvasin instead to fill that particular hole and never used it again outside of something rotten in Kislev. So it was used in one book and never mentioned again. But me being me, I like to take as much as we can from the existing lore and repurpose it. So when it came to the Tome of Salvation, we kind of skirted around it, didn't really do anything with it, in the same way that we didn't really do anything with Solkan, which had been added very quickly in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1st edition to try and fill up the rather pathetic pantheon for the gods of law as they existed at that point. So the answer to this one is, if you ask anyone in Games Workshop are they canon, their reply will be, who? And then almost certainly, I suppose, well, we own it, so yes, if we want it to be. And if they want it to be, they will be. But until then, they're just in the nebulous nowhere. But loosely speaking, yeah.
They do pop up in a Total War event if you play a Wars of Chaos campaign, which is pretty cheeky. But
and that's how they will be used, as lesser chaos gods that will be used as names that get dropped in computer games, they get dropped in little lore asides and similar. And indeed, that was the plan when we were building, because I was at one point building a chaos book for the 4th edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and they were both going to have themselves little boxes explaining what they were. So the answer is not until somebody writes more about them, and people will keep on doing them.
Yes. When you don't see them, probably not.
Totally.
Singemeister, what's your favorite non-eagle / lion griffin combo? So like a different kind of griffin. So a griffin, but don't use the eagle for the bird part. Don't use a lion for the cat part.
Okay, so I painted Eltharian's Stormwing so many times, and Eltharian had the rear part of a leopard. And I always liked that because I really liked painting it, and it was fun getting the basic colors in place and putting the black spots on. So I have always liked that. For the front part, though, it is almost universally some form of eagle, even if it's not, in terms of how the plumage is painted. So for me, I don't really have a non-eagle favorite. It's always eagle in my head. But for the back cat part, yeah, cheetah might be an interesting one.
We need a brave soul out there to do like a vulture bird with like a tiger back. That would be terrifying looking.
I just want to bring up this one. We just haven't reached them yet. We're going relatively slow through them, Dino Man. Okay, we haven't reached them, but they're all flagged on this side and our side.
I see yours. We're almost there, Dino Man. Yours is like 3 away.
We're getting there, slowly but surely. We've just had a lot of super chats in today, and on top of that, thank you all so much.
Yeah, we appreciate the support. Gregor's, is Aberrash a better duelist than Archaon?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yes.
I think
that doesn't mean he'll win.
Yeah, I think Archaon would still beat him. But like,
Archaon will probably hand him his ass, but yes.
Yeah, one of the things that's actually well done about Archaon is that when you play the tabletop and you look at him, he doesn't have all 10s for stats. He actually has a pretty reasonable stat line. But his magic items are bonkers. Like, yeah, Aberrash would absolutely whoop the shit out of him if they were having a pure duel of swordsmanship. And even like raw strength, Archaon would get folded. But the Eye of Shirian is such a bullshit item that Archaon sees what Abaresh is going to do before Abaresh does it, and is able to use that to his thing. He has a weapon that has a bloodthirster contained within it that he can unleash to gain the strength and skill of a bloodthirster.
Proper stupid.
Yeah, Archaon's got really good cheat codes. Is basically his whole gimmick.
Yeah. So the answer is yes.
Yeah. Watchdog, evening lads. What has been your most insane moments on the tabletop? I'm going to tell the fast version of the story, but I will always tell the version of when I got my unit of 5 Col 1 Riders in a Scarvet charged by 4 Dragon Ogres with great weapons in 7th edition. So the great weapons got to go first, even because they charged. They did like a bunch of wounds to me, which reduced my armor save to a 6-up. I rolled about 14 dice and I rolled nothing but 6s. So I saved all the wounds, hit them back. They broke because I did like just a couple wounds and they failed their leadership check. I overran them, so I caught and killed them instantly. And then it was my turn. So because I had charged and overran, I flank charged into a giant block of Chaos Warriors. Since I hit them in the flank, they couldn't fight back well. I beat them. They broke. I caught them, auto-killed the entire unit, and overran to the flank of another giant Chaos Warriors. And I got cursed out very loudly by a man in about his late 50s to the point where the store owner had to ask him to step outside.
So I'll go for, because tabletop can also mean the roleplay game, because that's played at tabletop. Is after all tabletop roleplay. And I will go for a game of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay First Edition, and we were making our way through Drachenfels Castle, and that was from the Drachenfels book for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay First Edition. It's a proper crazy location, and my players, bless their souls, got into combat with a greater demon of Tzeentch. And in the rules as they stood for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay First Edition, they were basically screwed, largely because you needed a magical item to even hurt it. But one player had one. It was a dagger, just a simple dagger, okay, that had been blessed. So all its special rules was it's a magic item. And the chap who was playing this, happened to be a priestess of Cain, as it turned out, but that's by the by, stabbed at the greater demon in desperation with this magical, basic, crappy dagger. And in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay First Edition, if you rolled a 6 for damage, you rolled again to see if you did more damage. And if you rolled a 6, the dice would continue to go as long as you rolled a 6. So out comes Stretch, and he was called Stretch because he was like almost 7 foot tall. And he does his stab, and he's like, oh, I've just hit, just passing his test, rolls his damage, and rolls a 6. And we were like, oh, a crit, exciting! Let's see how it goes. And then he rolls a 6. And then he rolls a 6. And then he rolls a 6. And by this point, we're all looking at each other going, fuck off. Then he rolls a 6. Then he rolls a 6. And greater demons in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 have a lot of frickin' wounds, but not if they're attacked by this particular priestess of Cain. She just went up, stabbed it, and the thing exploded. Did so much damage. Repeated 6s after 6s after 6s. We talked about that moment for freaking years because it didn't just buck the odds. It was one of those ones where you're like, if we actually laid out as odds, it's like a 1 in almost a billion chance that you could have done that much damage. But nevertheless, Greater Demon of Tzeentch banished from the mortal plane
that must have been
a single dagger. Hilarious.
That must have been the most embarrassed changer of demon to ever show up back in the realm of chaos and being like, what the fuck just happened?
I don't know.
It's so funny.
Oh, it really was good.
5 and 3 player Dark Deeds played last weekend. All of us old Magic players loved it. Oh, awesome. Great.
Yes, I just brought that comment up because I just wanted to say thank you very much for buying the game, and thanks so much for having so much fun with it. And if anyone else is having fun out there, I do have a small request. If you are playing it, enjoying it, find somewhere where you can write a review online and share your I'm enjoying this, because we really could do with more people buying the game. So if you can find an Amazon review or anything similar, do go wild with it. That would be amazing.
Okay, I just want to pull this up because it made me laugh really quick. But so basically, the fight against the Gorger King for that time, the Empire had his text-to-speak device in a Warhammer roleplay episode. Yeah, basically, if you watch that and you go, "Wow, this game is fucking stupid," yeah, that's Wolfrope in a nutshell. When the dice are odd, just the funniest dumb shit happens.
But that's why the roleplay game's so much.
Oh yeah,
fun.
that's why it's great. That's why it's fun.
And I absolutely ensured that the 4th edition of the rules could allow for that sort of thing to happen because it's essential.
Yeah, which by the way, if you're ever like if you're a fantasy fan, you've never watched the Emperor Has a Text to Speak device episode on Wolfrip, it is so fucking funny because it's such an accurate portrayal of the game that it's while being very stupid that it's such a banger episode. Donna Man, all this Nagash talk is reminding me of this fun fact. There's an extinct genus of early snake called Nagash. It's from 90 million years ago and still had back legs. I call it Nagash at home. That's actually pretty cool. Jack Ruby, shouldn't the Bone Grinder Giant be a better pick for? Oh my god, be a better pick for a Slanesh DLC because he grinds bones. Jesus, they love to drink, party, hoard towns, and fight. Seems like a list for life as opposed to the Basilisk who's more Nurgle themed. Get out. Get
Thanks,
out.
Jack.
That's all I have to say to that. Sorcerer Friend, what is a Witchfinder General? Second edition makes it seems like it's a single office, but fourth edition makes it seem like there is more than one, given how easy it is to reach rank 4 in a career.
Right, so Witchfinder General is actually used as, wait for it, a general term for anyone who's at the top of one of the Witchfinder career options. Witchfinders aren't just Sigmarites. Witchfinders come in a variety of different stripes, and whoever leads one of those orders as a Witchfinder, as a Witch Hunter, will be at the Witchfinder General level. So it's anyone who is leading a group or a large group of Witchfinders. So
yeah, I'm so excited. My Witch Hunter is almost a Witchfinder General. I've just my acolyte that I've been training for so many goddamn sessions. She's finally becoming a Witch Hunter officially. She's moving up from the Initiate or the Inquisitor. So it's like the only thing I think I still need like high quality clothes and like one other thing. But like I'm so close. I'm so close. Dino Man, odd question. Do dwarfs have mines? To clarify, the type that go like explosive mines. Do other factions like Chorus, Skaven Empire Cathay? Do they exist? I would say more than likely yes.
Yeah.
Warhammer, this actually comes up a lot. Once again, just because of some recent hilarious Twitter shenanigans that I caused totally on accident. Promise. You often get a lot of really funny fights between like 40k fans and fantasy fans, where a lot of people will bring up, oh, well, the technology of the Warhammer world is so back. You know, they got these like basic bitch handguns, whatever. And the thing is that the technology of the fantasy world tends to be significantly more advanced than you think it is. Because the battle game does not cover all of the things that are going on in the world, and magic and the knowledge the gods have given them has grossly advanced them in some fields. I mean, the Empire, who are not the most technically advanced race in the Warhammer world by a long shot, have fully operating mechanical steeds that function off clockwork mechanisms. What?
Yeah. So the answer to this one is generally no, specifically yes. In that,
that's a good one.
They don't have minds across all the holds, but individual engineers and individual branches of the Engineers Guild have absolutely come up with individual devices that are not just mine-like, that are mines. So the answer is yes, but it being Warhammer, it is inconsistently applied.
Yeah, they're not widespread. I'll put it that way. The Rowdy King. If Vlad won and claimed the Empire, would he replace all the Electric Counts with vampires? Probably. Would he allow the loyal counts to stay human? Would he use Empire armies as his military or all undead? So what I will say to this is that would he have allowed loyal people to stay vampires? I think there's a part of him that might have considered it, but I think ultimately they all would become vampires because there would be issues with humans having a very human perspective on things, which would cause problems. Whereas vampires would not have those problems.
It depends on the Vlad.
That's
if we are talking the more monstrous version, then the answer to this would be that everything would be subjugated eventually underneath his will. And importantly, they fall to his side or he kills them all. But if they fall to his side, they will absolutely come on side, which means they might not necessarily become vampires. He will be leading them. One of the biggest issues that I had with the vampire army lists in general was that the Karstein army lists were not Karstein army lists. They were undead army lists. The Karsteins themselves, whenever they were described, marched with Empire forces and undead forces. So the answer would be, yeah, sure, he would have Empire forces and undead forces in almost all versions of him. But in some versions, it would be horrific. In other versions of him, you could argue that he would build an empire that we recognize, but with vampires in it. So there are different versions of him and how he represents.
Yeah, I was one of Vlad's most famous sayings. His motto is "Serve me in life or slave for me in death."
Yep.
So, which, carries the implication of that. And Andy's 100% right. So whenever you would play vampire counts, at the back of the 6th edition book and their specialized army for Storm of Chaos, which was 7th-ish, it was 6 technically, but it was like right at the end of 6th. There were Sylvanian and von Karstein armies, which the difference between a vampire count army and a Sylvanian/von Karstein army is that you had a lot of living units. So you had Sylvanian levies, and you could get like huntsmen, handgunners, archers. Like you could get tons and tons of extra human troops and that's what made it a von Karstein army.
Yeah, totally. It's just better.
Yeah. Donovan, future Wednesday idea. Fan create a unit for a specific faction challenge, then feedback/review from you gents a couple of weeks later. So the community creates ideas and then we look at them later. Or alternatively picking that could be fun. There's a part of me that's really been wanting to cover. I've been really wanting to get in reach with like the Koresh guys and having them come on Lorebeards maybe and discussing their vision of Koresh and like having a discussion about that. So like something like this, I think this could be an idea that we could do at some point this year.
Yeah. Thanks, Dynamite.
Sarek, long-time listener, but never had the funds to ask a question till now. Well, thank you very much for coming by and the super chat. What do we know about the Night of 1,000 Arcane Duels? That it was a really shitty night to be in Altdorf. So the Night of 1,000 Duels was basically when there was a spat between some wizards to become, I think it was a Supreme Patriarch fight that spiraled out of control. And basically a bunch of very incensed emotions between the various colleges went up, and wizards started not only fighting within a very specific chamber where they're allowed to fight because it's covered in magic dampening materials to make sure the spells don't leave that chamber, but they started
chamber.
Yeah, they started fighting all over the city. So there were wizards just throwing spells at each other everywhere, and it was a nightmare because it basically was like almost a storm of magic. There was so much magic being not only used but drawn in, and it got ugly. The only thing I remember specifically about it that was interesting was that it wasn't actually ended by a wizard. It was ended by a Sigmarite that shot one of the patriarchs in the head with a bullet. A very fancy bullet. But the Sigmarites just full out showed up and they killed one of the patriarchs, which was enough of a shock that it basically got the situation to kind of be put on ice. But it was ugly. Like, if I remember correctly, I think the Colleges of Magic got shut down for a little bit because it was so bad.
Yep.
But yeah, so it was a bad time, and it's why the Colleges of Magic take the whole "we only duel inside the chamber" thing very seriously these days. Because the fact that they got reinstated after I think they were down for like a decade or something like that.
Yeah, 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, loosely speaking, large chunks of Altdorf were flattened. The colleges were shut because of it. There we go. It's also responsible for what happened come the Battle of Grutcher Marsh, a very famous battle that took place in the interim period when the colleges were shut down. And that was the battle where Marienburg went to war with the Empire and won. And the reason it won was because the Empire had no wizards, because the colleges were shut. And the cult of Sigmar was absolutely certain that they could chant their prayers and they would keep everybody safe, while the elven mages that were supporting the Marienburg army laid waste at what is now the border between the Empire and what is now the wasteland. So, yeah, shutting the colleges was deemed to be not such a good idea after that, but they were brought back, let's say, into power again, but under very tight restrictions from the cult of Sigmar.
Yep. Ghost Iguana, thank you so much.
Holy
it's very,
moly!
very generous.
Oh, thank you very much.
My birthday continues, and this is my official bribe to have the Lorebeards name changed to Law and Lorder. That's actually really good. Thanks.
Law and Lorder.
If I had been a smarter man, that probably would have been the name of the show. I don't God, there's a part of me that does want to change that. That's super fucking funny, actually. I'm irritated I never thought of that. Law and Lorder. Oh, that's very funny.
I'm a hoarder of Lorder.
Kieran Ferguson, hey guys, love the stream. I like to think I'm pretty good with Warhammer lore, but one thing I want to know is, do lizardmen have an afterlife? I know we've actually talked about this a little bit before. I know slung get mummified, but what about skinks, etc.? So from everything we've read, and we've talked about this in a previous I think Q&A stream, the lizardmen do not appear to have an afterlife because the lizardmen have a very focused understanding of existence, which is the obsession with the great plan and that they have a purpose to perform. And they do not have that very human or very warm blood obsession with, oh, well, what comes after for me? Because that is a very independent or individualistic form of thinking. When like humans like us think of death, the reason that a lot of us worry about it and really hope there's an afterlife, at least I think in most people's cases, is worry and fear of like, what comes next for me? What will my experience be? And the lizardmen just very frankly don't worry about that.
Yeah, the answer to this is somewhat ill-defined. We know that the lizardmen do revere their dead. Mm-hmm. And they have a variety of different ways of expressing this. And if you check our Loquatl stream, we had a bit of a discussion about that there too. We do know that the process of dying and the great champions that die, they are put on a pedestal, for want of a better description, for their great deeds. But there is nothing that pins down that they have an afterlife. Now, is it possible that they now have one after, for example, the great feats of Tehedwin and the rise of Sotek? I think the answer to that is, if I was writing it, yes, because it is important that we discuss how important the rise of Sotek was and what sort of fundamental change that it made to the lizardmen as a whole. And that is where I would be looking to try and detail the greater depths of what their cosmology is and what has become to be lizardmen beliefs that weren't the case previously, where they were effectively robotic automatons, servants to the old ones, but they have become something much more. And I think part of the answer to that would be that nowadays, if I was writing it, probably yes, but as it stands, the answer is probably no.
Yeah, and I will note that the Slaawn are kind of a special case because the relic priests don't die in a standard sense. They just kind of like, it's more like their body is no longer capable of housing their spirit, so it just kind of hangs out nearby. And there seem to be pretty rare incidences where that doesn't happen. But like which is weird because you think like oh well, it's just like a super rare occurrence, but it seems like unless their spirit is genuinely devoured by some sort of entity, it just kind of hangs out, which is kind of hilarious in a sense. But where the Slaughter just like dying, I don't feel like it. But for the skinks, I actually could really love seeing this idea, which might happen in the future. To be clear, this isn't really a case of like the lore saying, oh, the lizardmen don't think about an afterlife. It's more of, we have no mention of it.
Nothing there.
But I could almost see the idea of the Sotek cult having this idea of like a serpent shedding your old skin and moving on to like the great eternal coils of Sotek, or you're reborn in some fashion through the spawning pools as you shed one flesh and emerge in another, and stuff like that. Could be a whole thing that would be really interesting.
I think that, I mean, sadly, that's the sort of fun detail that the roleplay game is renowned for diving into. And it's something that I think would have made the Lustria book I'm still
holding out hope we get a Lizardman player guide like we're getting for the Elven Dwarfs at some point. Darius Rose, couple of matchups, Goblin versus a baboon from Gladiator 2. Oh, I haven't seen that movie yet.
I haven't seen it yet. Bummer.
That being said, if the baboon is anything like a real baboon, that goblin is in it for a bad time. Baboons are fucking terrifying. They're so strong. like you look at a baboon and you're like, oh, it can't be that bad. But if you actually see what they're capable of, like baboons, chimps, they're fucking scary, man. They're really scary. Always thought they're on the same level of viciousness. I do agree with that. Goblins are a lot more vicious than a lot of people think they are, due to the more comical aspects of their writing. I think a lot of people think, oh, I could just punt a goblin and I'd be fine. No, no, you wouldn't. They're wiry, they're vicious, and they're nasty little bastards. Especially since a troop of baboons can easily terrorize a village. Also, Kurgan Marauder versus a Catachan jungle fighter in melee. I don't know enough about Catachans. I don't have an opinion.
Well, Catachans come from a death world where the entire world is trying to kill them on a daily basis, and they all look like they're space marines from Predator movies. They are, as Imperial Guard go, kind of frickin' rock hard. But Kurgan Marauders are surviving in the Chaos Waste in a very similar situation. But Catachan jungle fighters have one significant advantage. Pew! Pew,
yeah,
pew, pew.
Yeah, the gun,
pew,
the
pew.
gun would be a pretty big. Well,
that's a big advantage.
He does
we're
say
just talking
melee.
one-on-one. But if it's melee, I mean, it's a wash. I mean, they are both training for their lives to be fighters. But I will add that if we go stat on stat from the games, the Catachan jungle fighter will have his ass handed to him. Because the Chaos Warriors, as they're pitched in Warhammer, are immensely capable, where the Imperial Guard, even at their peak, are still basically humans, in much the same way that the Empire soldiers are well-trained basic humans. The Catachans are, broadly speaking, the same. I think that's unfair in terms of the stats from the game's perspective, particularly when you look at the lore, but yeah, Chaos Warriors going to have them for breakfast.
Same box. Welcome back, Lorebeards. So happy to see you guys back. What are some of your favorite music traditions of the fantasy world, or what new ones would you make for factions that haven't had any described? Ooh.
So, one of the things that really bugs me is that music is often forgotten, the importance of music, particularly for the Light College. And and there should have been, in the write-up for the colleges, at least 1 or 2 pages about music, about the importance of the chant of light, of what that is doing to the light wind. There should have been a lovely little poem or some nice written lyrics about some of the stuff that they do. It wasn't there. So if I was to dive into anything, I would just really like to see that on the magic side. I would also like to see the chants of the Amber College, who are working in a far more chanty way rather than the singing way discussed. But more broadly, I would like each one of the provinces of the Empire to be dived into and shown how they all have their own cultural differences. They show their different instruments, their different lifestyles, their different cultures through their music, and I would like to have seen that examined as well. That's the sort of thing you'd expect to find inside, for example, a trappings book, a book about all the different equipment that you can buy and have in a game, and that's something that sadly is currently missing from the game. But I would love to see that. So I'm just sticking with the Empire because every single realm needs that.
Yeah, I will say that it doesn't give as much examination as it should, just like Andy said. But there's a reason that Wood Elf wizards are spell singers, and that it's tree singing. When they're manipulating the various elements within Athel Loren, music is a really, really critical part of Azrai culture, or just Wood Elf culture, because Lorelor will probably be very much the same. But I would also say that the Lizardmen have a surprisingly strong amount of musical motifs. Lizardmen deal with a lot of percussion and horn. The horns are usually like the horns of great beasts or things that have died, and they carry a lot of power. Literal musical power, because music, like kind of like what Andy talked about, music actually has a very strong interweaving with magic in the Warhammer world. They're very, very related concepts, which is great and cool. Oh my good lord. Alderheim II. Hi, Lorebeards. Shower thought I want to run by you. As Skulltaker is the challenger of champions, how is Arbal still alive? What if it's because Arbal beat Skulltaker? To make it extra spicy, what if Arbal has become so powerful as Khorne's greatest mortal champion that Skulltaker, though he's never admitted, is scared to challenge the mortal again because he believes he would lose, and like his god, is a coward at heart? Okay, The last part you put there is actually really spicy, and I actually really like that a lot. That Skull Taker might not challenge the people that you necessarily think he should, because deep down he's a coward. And that's why he's like stealing skulls to make himself more powerful.
Rage has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, there's a story there. Like impotent rage is still a notable form of rage that I think could be really, really fun. Skull Taker, is there anything that reinforces that? Unfortunately not. Do I think that would work really, really well as a story? Yeah, I think that would work excellent for a story. I love that a lot.
Yeah, me too. Loosely, yes to everything you've said. There is nothing there that couldn't work and wouldn't make for a good story. You could equally build a very different story and it would equally work. You've got to remember that there is only one Skull Taker. He can't be everywhere all at once. And Arbal, in the greater scheme of things, is a relatively new thing in the greater depth of the entirety of the Warhammer world. And there's only so much time in the world, and there's only so many things you can kill. Plus, demons are not in the material realm all that often. So there's lots of ways this could be tackled, but I think that it probably should be tackled. And having an answer for that is a good idea.
I would absolutely run with that story. I think that would work great for both of them. Necromancer Kobold, what's y'all's favorite, at least top 5 tabletop rules? Wow, that's very specific. In Warhammer games y'all have played. Y'all are also, by the way, keep on keeping on. Thank you, Kobold. So
at least 5.
Yeah, at least 5. So what I'll say is that I'm going to interpret this the way we did earlier, where you didn't specify battle game. So I'm going to include roleplay as well. The big thing for me, so the thing that I love about Warhammer Fantasy roleplay is, honest to God, the crit system. Of that, one thing I don't like about D&D is that D&D, your options are you are alive or you are dead. That's it. Those are your choices. If you are alive, your character will only get meaningful developments done to them if you, the player, objectively like have a conversation with your demon, like, I need this to happen, let's make this happen through a story thing. But it doesn't actually affect you. The fact in Wolfrup that you can get a piece of your ear chopped off, or one of your fingers can break, or like these things can happen that genuinely change how your character performs. Like some people, if you're like a hardcore like min-maxer, it can be frustrating, but I think that's a really bad way to approach just gaming in general. But like my Witch Hunter, his middle, or his, I forget which hand it is. I think it's his left ring finger got cut off, which means he's actually he performs a little worse with his left hand in like melee scenarios. So for me, I make sure he always uses a pistol in his left hand or a shield, because he doesn't need to rely on how many fingers that he has in most scenarios. But he takes like a small, but it's a character development thing for him. There are characters in our group that have had their ribs broken. Like our big Ulrican warrior priest, who was a big melee badass, he got his ribs cracked. So he couldn't fight for like 12 to 20 sessions. He could not be our frontline fighter because his ribs were so fucked that his strength was just in the pits for a while. Eventually he healed, but we had to change our party dynamic. We had to alter where he had to take more of a priest role, more of a backline support role, and other characters had to step up into the front line outside of their usual goal. And it was fascinating. I fucking love the crit system in Warhammer because it tells a story, which is great.
Okay. So I will go with, in Warhammer Quest, really like the death blow rule. It worked really well. So that's my one from Warhammer Quest. We're doing Warhammer games. I can do any tabletop game because I can. Blood Bowl, which is about as close to a Warhammer game as you can get.
Oh my God, Blood Bowl.
Blood Bowl is a game that I've always deeply loved, but I remember the concept of the death zone when it was first popped out, the 8 squares that sat around each one of the characters and how that influenced how movement worked and tackling worked. Loved that rule, very neatly implemented. If we go over to Warhammer Fantasy Battle.
Cold-blooded rule for me on Warhammer Battle. I love cold-blooded.
Yeah, it's a good rule. When I go over to Warhammer Fantasy Battle, it's difficult to pull out an individual rule because the whole thing's one big gigantic set of cogs that are all working and influencing each other in a way that isn't the case with some other games where individual rules are often the core of what that game cleverly puts forward. It's just loads. And in general, I would say that I just liked Warhammer. And I know that that's a real cop-out, but I liked Warhammer in its various editions. Yeah, that'll do, because we could just get stuck in this one forever.
We got to keep on moving, looking at the time.
Looking at the time, I was thinking the same.
Captain Magma, what is the most difficult race to play in Wolfrup? I mean, if you're allowing them, ogres, by far. Because of how much it fucks with, like, the core game if you're not careful. I would say if you're throwing that out the window and you're just focusing on the core races, if you're playing them lore accurately, elves would be the next hardest. If you're talking just about gameplay rules, and not worrying about the lore as much, but just like function and like combat stuff, probably halflings.
Yeah, the word difficult is interesting. If we're just talking about portraying them rather than actually worrying about the rules, then ogres are actually surprisingly easy to portray. And that's a problem, because the way that you portray them often gets in the way of a good game. So if you're just talking about portraying them, ogres are very simple creatures, and it's quite easy to portray something simple. Elves, by comparison, are deeply complex, over-emotional monsters who have a host of psychological problems that make them very difficult to play. Dwarves are also surprisingly difficult to play in a fashion that doesn't just make them Tolkien dwarves, which some writers very much rely on, other writers don't. So dwarves can sometimes be tough. The easiest to play, obviously, are humans, and if you want to say one that's really hard, a lizard man, because that's now playable. They are actually surprisingly tough, because nobody really has a strong set of GM or player guidelines for how to do that. So you're just left to figure it out for yourself. At least the other species have got strong stereotypes that have been put in place by multiple pieces of fiction.
Yeah, if this will probably never happen because of how much shit I love to talk about them, even though I do appreciate their efforts genuinely. But if I ever was like called upon to be like, hey, we want you to submit a lot of ideas for a Wolfrip book and like work with someone to come up with something, I would want to do a Lizardman Player's Handbook. That just provide a ton of information for players to be able to go, well, I have the option to use Lizardman, but I don't understand how. And it's like, all right, here's the how book. Adam, why does Games Workshop struggle to make Slaanesh interesting? It's a combination of narrow-mindedness when it comes to what Slaanesh embodies, and also fears of advertising-minded people.
Yeah. Slaanesh, if portrayed in the fullness of what Slaanesh can be, is particularly difficult for Games Workshop and its PG face to portray.
Yeah, that being said, one of the things that I love about like Age of Sigmar Slaanesh is that they seem to have finally got some people in that went, what if we did something besides sex, drugs, rock and roll? And we started getting like gluttony and sloth and like a lot of these other forms of excess. And
nevertheless, they still had massive problems with the miniatures.
True.
They did not advertise them properly in White Dwarf. They didn't go into the fullness of what they could have done with them. They literally struggled with Slaanesh. So the real reason is Slaanesh is a tough subject for them to portray with the market that they are attempting to inhabit.
Yeah, I will say it is not a secret that at the end of Warhammer Fantasy and going into Age of Sigmar, there were genuine discussions about just removing Slaanesh. Because they were having that much of a hard time with it. Baron von Bastard, who is the oldest character that is explicitly not immortal? Well, it depends on what you mean by immortal. I assume you just mean like kind of the standard won't die of old age, like has to be like killed. But okay, let's say who is the oldest character that is not using some sort of additional means to extend their life? I'll think of it that way, because that makes it a little easier. It's probably going to be an elf, but then again...
Dragon Ogre.
Oh, yeah, probably Dragon Ogre. Yeah. I mean, it would probably be Kolek Suneater. Then. Yeah,
probably Kolek Suneater, or what's his face? The one
or Krakenrock the Black is
Krakenrock the Black. Yeah, Krakenrock the Black.
I mean, Krakenrock is probably just the oldest character, next to maybe the Celestial Dragon Emperor. Those two are kind of in a nebulous...
And before. I think Krakenrock the Black is probably significantly older than the Dragon Emperor.
Yeah, but
given the descriptions we've had of each. So probably that.
Yeah, but I would say if you're like, well, no, I want someone that can die of old age, it would probably be one of the bizarre. Well, elves are funky because how old they are is very confusing. So I wouldn't do an elf. It would probably be a dwarf. It'd probably be a dwarf. But I don't think Marathi can die of old age.
No, well, yeah, she does things to stop it from happening.
That's kind of what I mean, though.
Yeah,
like
but
a character that will eventually die of old age if they were to reach the proper age. I would say.
I mean, Crag the Grim's pretty fucking old for a dwarf.
Yeah, probably Crag. Yeah, that's a messy thing because there are a lot of ways that you can accidentally make yourself live longer than you should in Warhammer.
Yeah,
which is kind of a funny sentence.
Yeah, totally. It's a toughie. There's a lot of old characters.
Yeah, Captain Magma. Like how men, ogres, and halflings are of the same stock, are elves. Oh, are elves of that stock as well, given their similar anatomy? We don't know.
I would say that as it stands, elves, ogres, and halflings are definitively not of the same stock. Ogres and halflings were manipulated at the same time towards a similar end, but it doesn't mean that they are necessarily of the same stock in that they can't crossbreed. And they can't even crossbreed and create a sterile version of the pair that sits between them. And trust me, some old halflings, given the nature of halflings, have definitely had sex with ogres because halflings are halflings. They'll have sex with anything given the correct circumstances. Equally, men having sex with ogres or halflings, humans, do not create offspring, so they are definitely different species, and they don't even create sterile offspring. Again, elves are again completely different. I would generally say the answer is no to all of these, although you could argue that at least ogres and halflings come from similar stock, but humans most certainly were elevated separately to the other species and from a different source, as were elves. So I think the answer to this is no.
Yeah, they're all mammalian, but that's probably as far as you're going to get with that.
Totes. I mean, dogs aren't cats. Dogs aren't cats, but they look really similar to particularly for the external eye.
Morning to Crescent. In the original Nosferatu, Orlok was a herald of plague, bringing the plague of rats. Surely no other vampires in Warhammer are linked to plague, but would Skarsnik work intact? Okay, there's a very sudden pivot in this thing.
That's a pretty heavy pivot.
Would Skarsnik work in Taskmaster? I actually think he would, though he would be kind of a terrifying guest. I think if you could convince him not to kill anyone on set, he would probably be actually pretty entertaining. But there are vampires linked to plague. There are vampires that use plague as a weapon. There are a lot of plagues in the Warhammer world are magical and deliberately created in nature. And there are forms of magic that can be used to create plagues, normally with the lore of life. And you may say, vampires can't wield the lore of life. That's not true. There are vampires that can. It's rare, but they can do it.
Especially Necroch.
Yeah, Necrox. Yeah, Necrox creating a plague would be the least surprising thing I have ever heard.
I could definitely see a Necroc doing that, so I see no reason that it couldn't fit into that. Yeah, agreed.
Ranger Shadows 30. I've always been interested in Numas. Are there any good Tomb King related materials I can use to learn more about them? Look up King Far. He's fucking hilarious. He's one of my favorite Tomb Kings. He is genuinely funny because he's a mixture of being such a badass, but also kind of an asshole at times, which is all good Tomb Kings. But King Far, which is King Phar from Warhammer. Oh wait, no, he's of Morocco. Damn it, he was. I could have sworn. Oh no, there are two Fars. God damn it. So you want Far of Numas, not Morocco. Far of Numas, who is a he is a notable character. He's Morocco. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else from Numas that jumps out at me off the top of my head. I'm sure there'd be something. Oh, the scarcity. Scarcity's a little actually.
Oh, I was going to think it was just me there, but yep, you're going pretty robotic there. I couldn't tell if it was my fault with my signal or whether it was just yours.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Nope, you are. Yeah, you're like super robotic just now. It's quite funny.
Okay, well, I'll let Andy answer it.
My general advice would be go to the army lists. It's just the best place to find anything for the Tomb Kings.
Am I still robotic?
I can hear you now. Your image
good.
is a little bit macro blocked and pixelated, but yeah, I can hear you.
That's fine. So what I will say, look up King Tutankhamun, which you can just find through Numa stuff. He is a genuinely interesting figure because he has taken in living people, and the Warhammer Fantasy, the old world, has reinforced that this is a thing. So there are living people in Numas, which is actually really cool.
Yeah.
The Stalin drip. What are the chances of us getting a new version of the old Wolfrep Tomes of Corruptions? I would really like more information.
Well, I'm certain they'll be doing it at some point. It was on my book slate. So the Tome of Corruption, that was a book I helped develop back in the day for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd edition. Rob Schwab was the writer. He's the best. And he was also the developer for the game as a whole at that point. And when I was the producer for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, I was in the process of building 2 Chaos books for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay with Mike Brunton. Mike Brunton was the author of the original Realms of Chaos books. So that's Slaves to Darkness and yeah, totally, the original ones. And we were pretty advanced in our plans as to what we were going to do with that. And we were going to go deep, man. Unfortunately, Mike, bless his soul, died. And that affected me badly because Mike was the best, and I was talking to him every single week about plans for the Tome of our own versions of what was going to be the Realms of Chaos books. We're going to call them the Realms of Chaos books again. He was also editing the entirety of the Enemy Within campaign. He only reached about halfway through book 2, and that was it. A bit of a disappointment for all concerned. I imagine it's on their slate. When I left the job, it should have been released by now. It was right up with my releases to go just after the second campaign set. So it would have been released just after the bestiary. So I imagine they've got plans for doing so because it's a no-brainer. It's absolutely essential.
Yeah, so one of the things that Cubicle 7 has kind of communicated about, which is, I don't hate this opinion, but it's an interesting perspective, is apparently a lot of their focus at the moment is that if there is a 2nd edition book that fulfills a certain purpose, it's not a huge priority for them. They're focusing more on things that don't have a 2nd edition equivalent because they seem to have the opinion that the 2nd edition ports well enough to 4th that it's not a priority, which is why we're getting like High Elf and Dwarf books right now, not Chaos books. But I would think once they're done with the current set...
Is it just the High Elf book?
So coming out next is the High Elf Player's Guide, which is separate from the Ulthuan book. The Ulthuan book is a different book that is also coming out, but isn't coming out yet. And they still haven't released the Khazalid Empire book, which is also a different book from the Dwarf Player's Handbook, which is coming out very soon. So they've got at least 3 to 4 more books before they might do something chaos.
That'll be like at least a year then, given their current release pressure.
Yeah,
so that might not come for a while.
Yeah, honestly, I'd be surprised if we got a Tome of Corruption this year, maybe next year.
It's. I mean, you could use the Tome of Corruption, but it is really for a very different rule set. So you're going to have difficulties directly passing it over onto 4th edition.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of that strategy. Like, I really want them to do a Kislev and Bretonia book, especially with the updates to those factions. But they've been very kind of like, well, I mean, you have the Rome of the Ice Queen and Knights of the Grail, just use those.
They're kind of old, though.
Yeah. Donovan, so the Dwarf Gold thing inspired by myth about the... is the Dwarf Gold thing inspired by the myth about Inuits maybe having many words for snow? For your information, the reason for that myth is because in those languages, parts are added to words in the same way that we have adjectives in English. So it applies to basically every noun.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that's the case. I can't remember who wrote the Dwarf Army list originally, but where that was said.
Probably would have been like 4th or 5th edition, I would guess.
I think it's 4th, I think, and I can't remember who wrote Dwarf. Was it?
Yeah, so that would have been like 1990, early 90s, mid 90s.
Yeah, no, that's 1990. Let's see, 3, I think. That's off the top of my head. Probably got it wrong, but yeah, it's an early addition to the lore. So almost certainly inspired by that, which at that point was not believed to be a myth.
It's that rye guy, though. I do think it works well for dwarves. I will say that.
Yeah, it does.
It's that rye guy. Have you thought about doing a what if series? The other day, I was thinking, what if Ungrim became the High King instead of Thorgrim? That is genuinely something I've actually been thinking a lot about. That I was going to talk to Andy about, but you brought it up. So that is something that would be a fun thing for a Wednesday set, because it would be a lot of us hemming and hawing and going, no, maybe no. So it would be good for a Wednesday thing, especially with y'all's input. Because I've had thoughts about, like, what if, Malekith didn't end up, what if Malekith had stayed true and become Phoenix King? Or what if
Malekith had become a Phoenix King at the age of about 35, 40?
Yeah,
wow.
What if, Ungrim had been king instead of Thorgrim? What if, there's a lot of really, like, fun ones. Like, what if Nagash had successfully killed Sigmar and took the crown back? Like, there's a lot of ones we could play around with. Or actually, probably a funner one that's relevant would be like, what if Nagash hadn't been killed by Alcadazar after the Great Ritual? So he'd been able to capitalize on it. That's something we could definitely do at some point. That could be fun.
Short, what if sounds fun.
Yeah. Is there any reason why the Southern Realms have settled on mercenaries as their standard of making war? Also, thanks for the streams, you guys.
Because that's what they decided to do for Dogs of War. And I'd like to say it's more than just they made a Regiments of Renown army list harking back to the old Regiments of Renown from earlier editions of Warhammer, and decided to cite that in Tilia underneath the excuse of, and they used Regiments of Renown for all of their armies, rather than doing a proper Tilian army list, which would have been, I think, quite fun. So the reason is Regiments of Renown all bundled up into a single book for Dogs of War.
Yeah. They try to explain it culturally, but if you really start looking at it, it tends to fall apart really fast.
It does, and it's missing the core units that would be really needed for all of the principalities down there.
Yep. Aigeon Loman, who do you think should have dueled Archaon at the conclusion of the end times? Sigmar, Karl Franz, or Vultan? Argue for Vultan, as he's not a god like Sigmar and has a humble beginning, unlike Franz. Well,
none of them.
That's an interesting pick.
None of them, because the Empire is only one small realm in the entirety of the Warhammer world, and not that important. I would have faced him off against something far more fucking impressive, like a big fucking dragon from Cathay, for example. That feels like it would have been the ultimate expression.
Yeah, sorry, this is the conclusion. So here's what I'll say to this. I think what they should have done is that kind of what they did in the end times, though obviously they didn't do it as well as I would have liked. But I think that the Archaon versus a Sigmar representative is something that should happen, but it shouldn't be the conclusion. That should be something that's like in part, like, let's say it's a 20-part series or whatever, like bullshit, like the Horus Heresy, which is what the end times really should have been. I would have had it happen early, like part 5. Should have been Archaon comes down and he fights this big Sigmar person and he wins. Yeah. And that's the showcase moment of, oh, shit's getting serious.
I mean, who should it be? It should be a Slann. It should be a representative of what is the end of the world. And the fall of the Slann, the fall of the Lizardmen, in many respects, is the end of the world. The fall of the Empire is not the end of the world by any stretch. Who is defending the Warhammer world from, ultimately, chaos? It's not the Empire. It's something like the Lizardmen. So you'd be looking for a battle to encapsulate that. Perhaps it should be multiple forces, not just an individual. But this, as a conclusion for me, always felt deeply weak.
Yeah, I will say, I do think Vultan suits the purpose that I would have wanted the best. Vultan being that, I would have really dialed in on, he is Sigmar's mortal incarnation. He's Sigmar reborn. It's his destiny to defeat Archaon, and then he dies. And that is your, oh shit, things are getting serious thing. And that allows you to keep Karl Franz in play as a very different character as the Empire collapses around him and they have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And it's largely the story that Gav tried when they were pinning down the Storm of Chaos, because that's pretty much what happens. Archaon hands him his ass, and he gets pulled off the battlefield and dragged into a Temple of Shalya, where he gets assassinated by Skaven. So, yeah, there is...
And honestly... flatly, it's one of the best parts of the Storm of Chaos.
Yeah, it is.
The following books that deal with like the repercussions that you see a lot in 2nd edition Wolfrup, some of the 6th edition books, and some of the Black Library books, the mind fuck Archaon beating Valten did to the people of the Empire is such a good storyline.
It is, and that is something that I think should have been a part of the end times, but in no way does it feel like it should be a culmination for the end of Warhammer.
Yeah, I agree.
The end of Warhammer should just be bigger.
Ted Barrera, I don't know if we'll get a Lorebeards episode about him, but could we get a TLDR on Kurt Helborg? His design has always stood out to me, but I've never been able to get much info on him. Thanks, as always, for the lore. Well, outside of us, which we'll talk about here in a second, there's a really fun set of books that the series is called The Swords of the Emperor by Chris Wright, which features Kurt Helborg as a big character. It's him and Ludwig Schwarzhelm are like the main characters. And it's a very, very fun set of books.
At its basic, Kurt Helborg is in many respects a father figure to Karl Franz. He is the Reichsmarshal, which means he's the overall general for not just Reichland, but for the Empire as a whole. He has a marvellous moustache, a truly marvellous moustache, significantly older than Karl Franz, a man who is, depending on the depiction, generally seen as in his 60s, with a big grey moustache, and deemed by many to be the finest swordsman in the Empire. In the stats-wise, for his Warhammer stats, he was given stats that largely reflected that. It was between him and, say, Marius Lightdorf and a few others as to who actually should hold that title, although Marius's stats often didn't match the stories that lay behind him. So, loosely speaking, he is a father figure to the Emperor, the general of the Empire as a whole, and somebody who is seen as a stoic defender of Karl Franz and everything that he stands for, and he is deemed to be also a very good general.
Yeah, his he also has one of my favorite magic items in the game, which is like the Laurels of Victory or something like that. But he's got this set of laurels, and it's one of my favorite items because it's such a perfect representation of Ulgu, where it's, you don't think much of it. It just looks like, you know, some leaves or whatever. It doesn't look, or, you know, some like leaves made out of metal or whatever. But it's an item that was made for him by the Grey College, which the magical effect is that when people face off against him, it makes their paranoia about what he's capable of like grossly exaggerated. So to them, he appears almost like this titanic, unstoppable man that represents everything that they can't defeat. And when you read about it, it's such a fucking cool magic item because it doesn't, in reality, it doesn't physically do anything. It just messes with the mind of his opponents, which is great. I love that item. Also, he has a Rune Fang, which is pretty baller. He's got the solid Rune Fang, which is pretty neat. Shadow of Nox. What would elves think of an intelligent troll? They'd probably think, well, that's weird. Just another stupid chaos thing out in the world.
So, yeah, elves are fully aware that magic can influence everything. Hysh, the wind of effectively intelligence, can inhabit almost any creature. It is possible for almost any creature in the Warhammer world to be unexpectedly and significantly more intelligent than you would normally expect. This is just another freak of the Warhammer world. It happens all the time. They don't like trolls. Just because that intelligent troll is over there in no way means that they would be at all happy with it in the slightest. But elves being elves, would they try to use it against something else? Probably.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a storyline we should have gotten with Throg that I would have liked, like a Laralorn elf meeting with Throg and appealing to his visions of grandeur of himself as like a bringer of a new age of an evolution of troll. I think a Laralorn elf interacting with him and being a part of his court would have been really, really good. Dinoman, the consistent exceptions in the Warhammer world reminds me of a natural history YouTuber I watch called Lindsay Nicole. One of her catchphrases is "Nature doesn't give shit to you straight." Yeah, that's very fair.
Nice one, Dino Man.
Joe Lewis, Magneto versus 40k. Who wins? LOL, JK, you guys rock. Listen, we can have all the chats we want about fantasy versus 40k or whatever. The second somebody brings up comics, cartoons, or anime, we have to sit down. We have to sit down. We don't stand a chance in hell. Comic books, cartoons, and anime are so far beyond us that it's not even funny. It's sad, but it's the way it is. Nathan Hole, longtime viewer, second time tipper.
Thank you, Nathan.
Makes me feel like we're a exclusive gentleman's club. What exactly are the Medusa the Dark Elves use? Are they beastmen, mutated elves, or kinky Kane shenanigans? Kind of all three, depending on how you define things. But in reality, they are some of the original sorceresses of Grond who got a little too uppity for their own good, and they pissed off Authority, the goddess of pleasure of the Elven pantheon, and she cursed them because they were using magic and the cauldrons of blood that Cain gave them and all this other stuff, which Authority and Cain have a very intense relationship. But Authority basically viewed them as they were mortals trying to make themselves more beautiful than her, more beautiful than the goddess that is supposed to represent beauty. And she took offense to it, and so she cursed them in very Greek god level
Very
shenanigans.
Greek, yeah.
And turned them into the Blood
Rack Medusa, and they're horrible. So yeah, they're cursed elves.
Yeah, so you could argue that they are all of these, because there are more of them than you would think. So it's implied they might be able to breed.
So I would say that they're not mutated, because elves don't necessarily mutate, but they are divinely changed.
Yeah, that's a fair way to put it. Quaddle, hypothetical. GW is funding a big budget Warhammer Fantasy movie. They've asked you two for your input on only one thing: live action or animated. Animated, not even a question for me. I'm not a live action fan.
I like live action. I like live action a lot. It would be a significantly bigger movie if it was live action, but it would be arguably more likely to land if it was animated, but it would be far smaller in terms of its overall reach.
Yeah, there are elements about live action, especially modern live action, that it's running into a lot of the issues with like how CG is used and like the rise of AI and stuff like that, that I just have a lot more faith in animated productions than I do live action ones.
But hey, if it's hypothetical,
yeah, that's true.
If they land it, live action for me without any doubt. But yeah, I just don't think they would.
Yeah, if they could land a good live action, it would hit the general audience of the world much harder and much better than an animated one would. Ricky Chapman, on the topic of blood kiss, we could definitely see Nagash experimenting by turning other races into vampires. Well, it probably wouldn't be Nagash doing it, it'd be other vampires doing it. And probably throwing the horrific things into a deep pit that later could crawl out. That's very Necrarch. That is like so Necrarch, it's not even funny.
Yeah, and the fact that we don't have that is one of the reasons why I don't think it's a thing. That you might have failed experiments and similar, but they're going to be similar to the vampires who have devolved entirely from their humanity. They're going to be a mess. So very possibly there are some form of entities like this, but the fact that we don't have stories about them, we don't have them in the army lists in the slightest. It's not like we have an elven bloodline of vampires. They just don't exist. And I think they don't exist because, as we've discussed over many times concerning Nagash, he is a uniquely human entity. And he works through humanity.
Yeah, I will say, if you wanted a fun villain for a Wolfrep campaign, especially if you're dealing with a mostly non-human party, the idea of a Necrarch who is attempting to recreate Neferata's elixir, but alter it so that it works on other races, would make for a very interesting storyline.
Yeah, as long as you came up with a good reason for it. Why? Well, who cares?
Yeah, why is he doing it? Yeah, what's his hope?
Totally.
Yeah.
Why?
Peter Osborne, I'm creating a mod for a Paradox mod set in 1360 at the start of the time of two emperors.
Nice.
Could you give me some good ideas of differences between modern times and then?
Sorry for laughing. I laugh because I don't think Games Workshop knows.
Yeah, Games Works, you have to remember, this is the same company that when the old world showed up, which was a perfect opportunity for them to go, how were things different 200 years ago? GW looked at it and went, they're not.
In fact, I was looking because there was a post relatively recently about, hey, the Empire's just come out. Take a look at the map. And I was like, oh yeah, that map. Sotek and I were going to do a stream about that at some point, weren't we? And I looked at it again and I was like, what the fuck's going on here? This can't exist yet. Like, for example, the green hills should be where the barren hills are, because they won't go barren for another 100. Well, what's going on here? So yeah, there was lots of discussion from me about that.
Yeah, Games Workshop, honestly, the thing that I would accuse them being the absolute worst at is the human nations in the old world do not have a concept of technological, cultural, or martial advancement or evolution. It is
totally
the barbarian era with Sigmar, and then at some point after that, they magically upgraded to modern times, and the end.
And even then, if you read back some of the Sigmar materials, sometimes, hey, look, there's cannons. Well, what the fuck? It's just weird. They don't seem to grasp that things change over time. Take, for example, the Lustria book that they released, 1492, because obviously, why wouldn't it be anything else? And they're detailing folks coming over from the old world into Lustria in 1492, and they have bloody gunpowder everywhere. Okay, which went against various other tales of where the gunpowder had come into the old world. So there you go. We're not far away from where you are there in 1360. We already have black powder doing black powder things. So the answer to this is, sadly, if you're going by Games Workshop standard, it looks like the Empire.
Yeah, I would beg you to look at real world history a bit harder and say, what were things like 1,200 years ago? And use that to extrapolate and make better choices. Because remember, GW, at the end of the day, they don't give a fuck about the lore. They give a fuck about selling models. So they want to use the toys that they're selling you. They don't want to create a new range of toys for what things were like 1,200 years ago. They want to sell you the toys they've already made. So they're never going to do that, is the biggest thing.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to say, Peter, the official answer is it will be almost identical to what the Empire is today, with small tweaks and variations here or there that you will have to make up. But I think if you want to make a mod that feels real, then take a look at real world history and then reflect that back. But we are in a period where we don't have wizards as we understand it in terms of the colleges of magic. But as we've seen from the old world, they didn't really veer that far from the colleges of magic anyway.
Look at this elementalist, by which I mean battle wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look, Chris. What big names would you two give each other? Oh, ogre big names. Oh my lord. Oh god, what's a big name I would give Andy? I have to think of one that won't get me in trouble.
Well, let's say that we will think about that one for later. Let's Lord Kurz, sorry.
Yeah, that's funny. I'll think about that actually. That's because that would be funny to do for a stream at some point. Plague Muncher. Go sit down, sticks and stones.
Plague Muncher is appropriate for me sometimes. Holy shit.
That's funny. Sir Panza, in response to the Sigmar beard conspiracy, maybe his genes sucked and he just couldn't grow one. I also suffer from can't grow bearditis.
Very possibly that's the case, Sir Panza. Very possibly that's the case.
I have a similar. My beard does not grow in well. I grow it out of stubbornness. But there could be something very funny, like just a stupid meme of like someone going back in time to see Sigmar and expecting a glorious beard and him having like a little pencil mustache and like a really scraggly mess. Would be very funny to me.
Just following up there with Peter and just saying, excellent, yes, go for it.
Yeah. Let's see. Darius Rose, a Gore, Marauder, and Orc get into a fistfight in a bar in Glasgow or the roughest bar in Texas. Do they clear the beat everyone? Yeah, they would beat the shit out of everyone in the bar.
Easily.
They wouldn't even
Yeah.
need 3 of them, just 1 of them.
Yeah. Of those, I mean, the Gores are remarkably tough, and Marauders. If we're looking at a core Marauder, I mean, their basic stats are both tougher and stronger than most, and an Orc tougher. Yeah.
I would say
Yes.
the Orc would kill everyone, no problem. Like it'd basically be like unleashing a gorilla that can think a bit better into a bar. It would be horrible. The Gore is if somebody had a gun in the room, they might be able to take it down. Even if you had a gun, I think the Orc would still kill everyone. And the Marauder, similar philosophy. I think if somebody had a handgun or a pistol on them, maybe they could kill it before it ripped them apart. But like, I mean, some of the Marauders in the stories, like once again, read the Black Arts Omnibus. The Marauders take they show a realistic depiction in Black Arts of trained human Empire people from the South. So they're not like the big giants you see up in Middenheim and stuff. They're fairly normal people. They encounter a Kurgan Marauder, and it's horrifying how big that man is. He's huge, and it's just muscle. It's you don't want to fight these things. Cold Carrion, is there a construct / species of gargoyles? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep, gargoyles exist. If not, where and how would you implement them? So, okay, I would say there are 2 very broadly speaking, different species of gargoyles. You have magical constructs, which are going to be more like golems. So, like constructs that have been imbued with magic that will come alive if someone triggers them or gets too close or something along those lines, but they're not actual living entities. They're just magically animated pieces of stone. And then there are certain kinds of demons that look very similar to gargoyles, like think of like Furies. And if you were to see them, you might go, oh my God, that's literally just a gargoyle. And in the Warhammer world, it might have a different name. But there are things that if you were to see it, you go, yep, that's a gargoyle. It just depends on what brand of gargoyle you want. But I can't think of anything off the top of my head where you have like a creature that turns to stone and then turns back from being stone. But I think even in most of your OG, like the cartoon, that's a curse, not actually an inherent property. So you could just make that a curse that exists on some kind of creature that it gets bound when there's in stone when there's sunlight out or whatever. Biofoot just wrapped a game of AOS. Nice. I haven't played 4th edition yet. I need to. Headed back to the beginning to see the madness descend upon us all from the start. Oh, for the stream. Well, we hope you enjoyed watching it. It's been a pretty nice, fun, chill stream.
Yeah, this has been quite cool.
Amadeus Archon. I've always been curious about the elven gods of destruction. Well, they're not. The actual specific destruction.
The actual specific destruction ones.
Yeah. Famine and so on. Hukon, Estrueth, Elenil, etc. Because there are 6 of them. Because Elenil is 5 kids that are still around. Even compared to the other bloody Sithoride, they seem to be a step way beyond any civilization-centered god. Can you give us an example of regular Druki following these paths while still being a part of their society?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think we even need to look at just Druki here. I think that you could easily see those gods manifesting in Azrai society and over with Eonir society and even within Azure society, although that will be frowned upon in many circles. We are ultimately just looking at the manifestation of, say, just to pick one word there, destruction, and that is a core component of what it is to be a dark elf, for example, where you are literally often charged to destroy not just others, things, whatever it may be. So I think those paths can easily be manifested with them. It's just a matter of sitting down and going, well, what does this mean? When you are manifesting yourself as a reflection of this god, we all know what the obvious ones like Kurnus the Hunter means. We immediately start pulling up ideas of hunters, strangely enough. It's very easy for us to do those, but when we are looking at that deeply teenage mindset where they get exceedingly passionate about whatever it is that they are doing and mastering skills about destruction at its core, that's I don't think particularly hard to manifest. Do you think on your side, Sotek?
Well, think about.
Oh, you've turned into a robot again. Robot Sotek.
I can do. Just so. Can you make out what I'm saying?
At the moment, no. Your signal's going to need to come back in a moment. So, cut a long story short, from my side, the gods of destruction and the gods that are taking elven society in a way that you might think doesn't feel very elven, I think absolutely is elven, and it is a core component of how their souls express. All it requires is a deeper write-up.
Yeah,
you're talking again. Excellent.
Okay. Jeez, I don't know what's going on today. But like my internet turned off randomly last night, which fun fact made me lose about 2 hours of work, so that was great. So what I'll say is, although it's a bit of a stereotype, especially in fantasy settings, think about how core destruction is to life. I mean, of that, you do need to destroy things often in order to create things, to break things down to their fundamental building blocks, so that then you have the pieces to make something new. That is a core component of destruction. And like the likes of Elendil and stuff. And a lot of his children, though you could argue, are they children? Are they merely aspects of him, etc.? Are like Mathlan is one of his kids, who's very, very core to the identity of elven civilization. Even the High Elves, Mathlan's big deal. And you got like Hucon the Sunderer, has a lot of really important things in dealing with earthquakes and all this stuff. Like they have roles, critical roles. Yeah, so don't just think of them as like, oh, they're natural disaster gods. They also have very cultural significance as well. Hucon the Sunderer is not just earthquakes. He represents other forms of sundering as well.
Mathlan is very much the mariner moving across the oceans, going from place to place. So there is much more about each of them. It's just that they require bigger write-ups. And that's ultimately what I'm sort of working on for my game.
Yeah, they are unfortunately very narrow because they kind of just get mentioned and like, oh, here's a little lore blurb, and then they sort of just fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah. Totally.
Henrico, what happens to a slayer who becomes crippled or paralyzed in seeking their worthy doom? So bad that they become unable to fight a worthy foe. Really sad shit.
Yeah, it's very likely they might find themselves working in a shrine, a slayer shrine somewhere to pass on what skills they have. But I agree, it's bad. Just bad. There's always a way to, hopefully, if they defend that shrine against something that might come to it, for them to sell their lives dearly. But if they're paralyzed or crippled, it's just bad.
Yeah, that is a dwarf that, in like the most horrible way you can imagine, is genuinely praying every day that something breaks in and gives them some kind of desperate fight to kill them. But it's probably never going to happen. Yeah, that'd be super sad.
Yeah.
Valdiv, Isabella von Karstein, Isabella is a Bella. Core, yep, it was Bellacore all along. What you guys do?
It was Bellacore all along. Hey.
Thank you for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Sam Kennedy, help me get a feel for Grail Knights in Bretonia. How strong is a single? It depends, dude. I know it sucks. I know that's not what you want to hear. It depends on the Grail Knight. Lewin Langer he bleeds light. That heals his body back together, and if it splashes on something like undead or a demon, it can banish them or burns them horribly.
So you're like a century old.
yeah, and he's old too. Like Karl Franz is a baby compared to Lewin. And he's almost like an angel. Like he's insane. And you're like, wow, that's incredible. But there are some Grail Knights that have appeared in books that are they're superhuman, but they're not. They're
just relatively old guys who happen to be sitting in a temple, and they're capable, but they're old, and some of them are a bit creaky at that. So yeah, they are variable, but they have all drunk from the Grail, so they are all in some ways virtuous and capable in a fashion that makes the other knights look up to them.
Yeah, and so it would just depend. Like some of them, if you were to see them, you would say that is an angel in human flesh that's not hiding it very well, or that is a mutant because he's got fire coming out of his eye, like holy fire coming out of his eyes, and he's got a shining radiant aura like the sun's always behind him. And you go, well, that's fucking crazy. And I'd say, yeah, it is. But he's literally got the power of a god in his veins. Like, yeah, they're gonna be bonkers, and some of them are guys that are a little quicker and a little stronger than you might expect. So it just depends. Man, a good example of the extremes of Slaanesh that would be difficult for Games Workshop to depict is the SCP version of the Aristocrats, though trigger warning for just in general. Oh, there's a number of things in the SCP universe that go into
SCP?
very dark.
What's SCP?
Secure, Contain, Protect. So it's a very popular fan-made. It's been going on for like a good number of years now, but it's like an online forum where anyone can contribute stories. So it's like a grand right universe. It's become very, very popular. But it's mostly a collection of weird, metaphysical, horrifying entities and monsters that they can't be killed, so they have to be contained in some way. And some of them are pretty horrific and not appropriate for people that are adults that have a really healthy mindset to certain forms of fiction. And yeah, Slaanesh can lean into that. But the thing that I always get annoyed with is there are a lot of parts of Slaanesh that also are not horrible R-rated movie, that are much more subtle in their excess and their perversion. Yeah. I'm surprised you would probably love some SCPs, and some of them are very well written. You'd probably really enjoy those. I'll have to push those your way at some point. Quick, is Throt the best master molder? Between the Hellpit Abomination, Gorich, and Storm Fiends, etc., he seems to be doing the most advanced work down in the pit. Praise the Great Horned Rat. I would say probably.
Sure.
But he's also the only one we know of. So it could be that there's some guy down there that's created significantly more fascinating things, but they don't necessarily have like a battlefield contribution. Maybe they have to do with generating lots of food, or transporting messages, or creating a homunculus that's actually a Skaven, but it looks like a human, so it can blend into society. If you watch the Warhammer series, maybe there's a master molder behind a really weird thing that's going on with Gerhardt. Like, there are things they might be up to that are better than what Throt has done. I would say Throt appears to make the deadliest big war creations, seems to be his strong suit.
I remember when he was just a quick 3-armed Skaven Plague Master. Not that powerful at all.
He moved up in the world.
He did move up in the world. Did our Throt?
Yeti13, can you go into more detail about the large battle between the Chaos Dwarfs and Clan Scryer? Also, Andy forced Sotek to stream Mass Effect. I've got too much on my plate right now.
Mass Effect.
One day. I know a lot of people love it. I know a lot of people think it's the best thing ever, and also want to bone a lot of people in it.
I'm actually half tempted to do it myself, just purely to go through it all again before the next game comes out.
People would... I don't know how many people in this chat, but I know a lot of people in this chat would sell their souls for there to be just solo Andy video game streams that they could, or videos that they could watch. People would fucking love that. I would love that.
Yeah, I might do that. I as many people will know, kind of love Mass Effect for all of its many, many flaws. And I've completed it on Xbox, on PlayStation, on PC, on all of them multiple times because I'm an idiot. So yeah, that could be quite fun.
We also need to get you to do the Total War tutorial so you can see the storyline they did for that. Anyway, so this story is, I believe it's the Battle of Drakkenmore, I think is what it is. It's a very brief mention in the Tarmacon book. It's either the Tarmacon book or it's the Monster or the Storm of Magic book. But I'm 99% sure it's Tarmacon. But it's literally just a little lore blurb that adds some fun world building for the Chaos Dwarfs, which just says that the Chaos Dwarfs got into a big battle with Clan Scryer where they unleashed such nightmarish weapons of mass destruction against each other that it created a storm of magic. When you think about the fact that Clan Scryer is unleashing a bunch of warpstone-powered monstrosity engines, and the Chaos Dwarfs are using demon engines that are also magic, that makes sense. But if you really think about what that's saying, that the two of them fighting unleashed a storm of magic that also nearly basically wiped out both sides. Fun fact. So they both claimed victory, even though they both lost. It goes to show how dangerous just they both are. Like how absurdly over the top bullshit Chaos Dwarf technology and Clan Scryer technology is. Like creating a storm of magic is... I don't have the words. Even if it's localized, that is still something that a wizard would look at and go, I don't understand how you did that. So anyway, Lord Sarthinius, you're alive! Yes, we are both,
Partly so.
fortunately, still here. Hagen, could I have feedback on my headcanon that Khorne was the original god of the old world before the old ones? Is that a completely ridiculous theory?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's ridiculous. I would say you'd have to do some massaging, but it's not ridiculous.
I'd say your biggest problem is the use of old world. Why the old world? What is it about the old world in particular that you think is tied to Khorne? If we're looking at the early version of the gods, there was only really one species that repeatedly is depicted as having a pantheon of gods in that early era, and that would be the elves.
Yep. You could go. You also could, if you wanted to mess around with like especially pre-old one stuff. There are some mentions that the Famir were worshiping something before the arrival of the old ones. So you could mess around with that as well if you like. And then our last one, I'm actually, oh, nope, not quite our last one. Almost our last one. I'm actually shocked we caught up.
Are we going to catch up? Bloody
yeah,
well done.
It was looking dicey there for a bit. Dono Man, so this may be because Bretonia's lore wasn't properly updated, but how is this mistreatment of the peasants justified as being just, righteous, honorable, etc. in the ways of the lady? It seems a bit hypocritical that she's all about virtuous stuff, but one of those virtues is a highly entrenched class system. So I have two thoughts on this, and then Andy, I think, is going to say something a lot smarter than me, but I'll get my stupid thoughts out of the way first. Which is that so the first thing that I look at is I turn to Bertrand the Brigand as an example, which is that his story has a lot to do with how there are many nobles within Bretonia that are genuinely abusing the law of chivalry. Of that, if you go back to the original code of the law of chivalry, it was that certain individuals were the strong and the fighters, and they are meant to protect the weak. They are meant to be the shields of the peasantry and protect them from the evil, the unjust, the horrible of the world. But humans are humans, and do what humans do. But Bertrand the Brigand's story very heavily revolves around how him and his merry band of totally not Robin Hood lads
definitely
go around robbing and sometimes killing the unjust, the cruel among the Bretonnian nobility. And one of the things that I love about his story is in a true Warhammer fashion, because I do believe it's important to keep it a bit vague, is they mentioned that Lewin Lancar has summoned Bertrand and wants to see him, but no one knows why, because Lewin won't explain his thoughts. So nobody knows if he wants to summon Bertrand to arrest him and execute him, or to summon him to basically give him a clap on the back for doing a great job. Because when you look at Lewin Lancar, he appears to be a genuinely noble, kind-hearted, protect the people. He has a whole thing where he allows peasants to come in and entreat him about things, which a lot of kings would not. Some of the dukes don't. They don't allow the peasants to come in and talk to them, but King Lewin does. But one of the core things about Bretonia is how downtrodden and garbage the peasants are. So there is for me personally, there's always been a weird disconnect where I feel like there should be a system of that. The actual Grail Knights, the ones that have actually supped from the Grail, tend to be genuinely kind individuals that actually follow these laws, but most of them become Hermit Knights. They don't participate in Bretonian society, which I think says something.
Yeah. Okay, so Bretonia. Bretonia is a mess of conflicting authors writing the same place and coming to different conclusions, where we have ourselves an almost idealized version of their religion, which creates perfect people who can do no wrong, supposedly. However, the reality of that is that's not true. But the Grail and drinking from it means surely it is, right? And the answer is, we're not given an answer, but we are given some very real applications of what's happening in Bretonia. And that's that the peasantry have a pretty tough life. They are effectively, as serfs, almost slaves to the land. And they are supposedly served by a nobility that protects them. In turn, the serfs serve the nobility to ensure that they can go to war and protect their people. However, there is a great deal of, according to the version of Bretonia you go with, corruption amongst all this. And there is, because chaos is prevalent everywhere. Corruption is a thing, and their core religion should supposedly stand against this, and kind of does. But much like real world religion, where they claim to be one thing, but in reality other things often manifest, the same thing happens in Britonia. Now, does that mean that we should have ourselves a bunch of knights that should be standing up against that? Yes, but it's not a world of mass communication. This is not somewhere where everyone can just sit down and go, their problem's over there. This guy's an issue. People can't find out about this with ease without, for example, divine intervention. Does that ever happen in Warhammer? Yes. So why the fuck did the writers not sort this out? They just don't. They just allow all of this corruption to spawn up without looking at what the world already has in that area that should respond to it. Now, some writers get around this by basically saying, you know, those dudes who should be doing something about this, they're busy fighting other things. They're just constantly in a war of permanent attrition against the horrors that the Warhammer world offers. And if you take a look at, for example, one of the short stories, can't remember who wrote this, was it Graham McNeil? Maybe not. Take the short story of Lewin Lowencore before he be drunk from the Grail, and he was just a young kid wandering around.
Oh, yeah.
Was that? I can't remember who did that. But if we take that, life is grim for the nobles who are off doing their questing night thing. They are endangered, in trouble, and when the ones who are corrupt, staying at home and hiding, provide them with succor as they pass through and leave out the other way, it's easy to miss all of this stuff.
It's Phil Kelly.
Phil Kelly, thanks. Cut a long story short, Britonia is really big. There's lots of places where corruption can hide, and it does. And there's only so many Grail Knights. There's only so many questing knights of great honor, and there is too much for them all to deal with, because Britonia, much like the Empire, is riddled through with not just corrupt individuals who are nobles, but with beastmen and orcs and monsters coming out of the Forest of Shalon or wherever else they may be coming from. And they are in a constant state of war. There just isn't time to fix all the shit that they need to fix. And that's about the best response that the novels and the background has for why Britonia is completely broken and hasn't been fixed by these supposedly superhuman, very capable entities.
Yeah, I will say, if we got a good writer to do a good update on Britonia, which maybe we'll see this in the old world, I'm not going to hope for it.
I would love it to happen, because it's not been written about since like 2004 or something.
One of the things that would make Malobod the Black Serpent story work super well is this idea that there is something that the virtues that the lady extorts have notable flaws. There are notable weaknesses where, yeah, she does actually enforce this caste-like system, which from a certain god point of view is a very effective, reasonable method of dealing with humanity. But from a much more grounded point of view, like say Malobod's perspective, he looks and goes, this is very limiting. This is not just from a very human perspective. And that is what leads to like one of the big clashes between the two, of that from a elven god, especially an elven god's perspective, this caste system is a perfect way to protect certain forms of humanity that are able to do their job efficiently, while the cream of the crop rises up. But from Malobod looks at this and goes, from a very human perspective that doesn't have this godlike view, this is wrong. And us humans, from our perspective, we would go, yeah, Malobod's right. This is wrong. But the lady would say, you don't understand. You don't understand what we're up against. You don't understand all these other things that are happening. This is the right path, but humanity being humanity, because we see it in a lot of our favorite fantasy stories, would dig their heels in and go, fuck you. It doesn't matter about the grain. Change.
Zeech.
And I think that would be the best way to handle that story. But we'll see. So all that to say, the lore doesn't do a great job of covering it, but there are grains there to make it make sense.
Yeah, particularly if you take the lore and you take all of the editions of Bretonnia, and I don't mean the very first edition of Bretonnia where it was a pre-revolutionary France. I'm meaning more like the very first version of the Lady of the Lake, who was also very clearly and demonstrably a goddess of the people, not just the nobles. But in many respects, she kind of became just a goddess of the nobles, with the people sort of left behind. And some versions of the background went, oh, well, there's the other gods, and they can fulfill that role. Where other versions of the background, I think we discussed this in our Lady of the Lake stream, very, very clearly state that the Lady of the Lake is absolutely a goddess of the peasantry. But then compare that with what for many will be the absolutely horrific outcome of having their children yanked away from them should they be magically sensitive or magically aware. And that's horrible. You can see why corruption will be everywhere in Bretonnia, because if you're a parent, your kid's pulled away, you're going to start rising up because your child is gone. It's horrific.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think I was reading in the Bertrand the Brigand. It wasn't in his particular story, but it was in like the story around it. There was a whole thing about how there's like a dedicated group that the whole thing they do is they ferry children to keep them away from the Fey Enchantress, to protect them. But you know, that's a very personal, like I'm protecting my personal life and my personal feelings, as opposed to protecting Bretonnia by getting these weapons that are needed against the great enemy.
Absolutely. I mean, and when you compare it with some of the end time material, it's quite clear that the overall picture of what's being done, removing the human element, is they are extracting the extreme danger that sits within the human gene pool. And that is the ability to use magic and an inability to control themselves. Most will fall to chaos. So they are taken away and put somewhere safe so they're not killed. They are used perhaps as handmaidens to the god herself, or alternatively trained up to return to their people and do a whole bunch of cool stuff. But that doesn't change what the parents are going to feel, doesn't change what this baby's just going to be brought up and indoctrinated in this elven cult, for want of a better description. But yeah, the whole thing from the god view makes sense, but from the actual human view, sitting down on the ground, is horrible. And that is something that is not particularly well detailed inside the books.
Who has more aura, Ironbreaker or a Norse Ironbreaker?
Oh well, the Norse is much more metal, right?
Yeah, I would honestly think the Norse. To be fair, though, I don't know if the Norse wars even have Ironbreakers. I mean, they might. They should, maybe. I don't know. I feel like they would be different somehow.
I'm pretty sure they should and do.
Yeah, I would be very interested to see how they would express differently, because there would be some probably funny changes between them. Like I almost imagine,
helmet.
Yeah, I almost imagine like a Norse Ironbreaker being like, I don't need shields, I got 2 axes. Paul, hi. I hope that you were having a nice evening this morning. I'd say we are. It's nice to finally hear you after the small pause. Anyway, I do have a question. In the Warhammer, is there a character inspired by the Pied Piper?
Yeah, kind of. If you take a look at the fall of the creation of the Skaven and all that nonsense back in the original Tylos, there's, I remember the first depiction of it, there was a literal picture of the entity that arrived and was pulling all the rats through the city.
The stranger.
Children. Yeah. The stranger who arrives, indeed, and pulls all the rats through the city, and then eventually the Skaven come running up. So there's some allusions to it in that story. And every once in a while, some writer will make some allusion to children being spirited away by someone who has been wronged, but there's not a direct Pied Piper lift that I can recall, but it's definitely mentioned in quite a lot of the Skaven lore.
Yeah, not a full commitment, but I mean, we saw that a little bit in like you remember when we did that review of the Mother Ostankia story that Andy Hall wrote? There were some themes of that in there. So there's some stuff that kind of goes on with that, but I don't think there's a 1-to-1. I imagine if there was, though, it'd probably be like an Albion story almost. Or what? Not. I mean, it could show up very easily. Like you could make that easily. Like it's a chaos entity. Like, oh, it's the Changeling, or it's like a Slanesh thing, or there are a lot of ways there are a lot of different ways you could interpret that story, or it's just a spirit of the forest. Like, it's not even a malicious chaos thing, it's just a spirit.
Very
that,
Bretonian in that regard.
Yeah. You know what? That would be a way I would do it. Like a Bretonian story about the Fae over in Ethel Lauren. That would be a really good way to handle that story.
Yeah, that'd work quite well.
Guns for Bullets, rereading Kinslayer. I was wondering if you guys feel like there's an untold story there of Ulrika finally accepting her vampirism, starting to lose herself. I have not finished the Ulrika trilogy, so I'm not sure what the final book ends on, but I do, well, I mean, a lot of what happens in Kinslayer and Slayer, because they there's a jump between the last time we see all of the characters and then seeing them in Kinslayer, where Ulrika seems to be much more grounded now that she's shacked up, not like in a lover sense, but like in a I'm serving him sense, with Vlad von Karstein. Obviously, Gotrek and Felix have changed a lot in that story, because you kind of like find out that there is a very sudden change from the end of, I believe, Zombie Slayer. So it's an unfortunate. I would agree that, yes, I think there's an untold story there of the leap between the end of the Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika stories and then the start of the end times, because they just kind of fast forwarded the characters to where they needed them to be so that the story could happen.
Yeah.
Which the end times did a lot of that. Cornshiva, quick, super chat.
Kurin.
All right, this is our last one. Zar94 just got off work and just got here. Glad to see you guys again. How is it possible for Valkia to be the bride? She's not his bride, she's his consort. There's a difference. Why would the god of blood and rage have feelings that would make him accept Valkia as a bride?
Or a consort. I think you're viewing it in far too literal a sense. And by that I mean, it's almost the myth and the aura and the sheer storytelling of what she represents that circulates around a character like that. She is the chosen of Khorne, and it's because of the femininity, a very easy story to apply to it. What's the actual truth behind it all? Go check Valkyrie book, go check the bits. It gives the idea that it's that, but I think it is a far deeper speaking to the myth of what she is, rather than necessarily Khorne sits down one day and goes, you know what, I really like the cut of her jib.
Yeah, I think for me the big thing is that a lot of people, and understandably because of the terminology used, see it and go, oh, they're like there is a bed in the Fortress of Khorne that Valkyrie goes home to, and she says, hey honey, how was your day throwing skulls at the world? And he was like, great. How was your day like spearing people with Sleipnir? And then they go make out and have sex in the bedroom, and that's not the relationship they have. It is debatably, but I would say no. But she is the epitome of everything that Khorne wants.
Yeah, that's what I would through that.
Yeah, I would say
instead.
Yeah, she is the big thing I would say is keep in mind what the difference between like her and Arbal is, right? Arbal is this greatly favored champion who has, he's the undefeated. He wields the axe of Khorne. He's supposed to be one of the most favored. But what's the big difference between him and Valkia is that Arbal is still Arbal. He's still recognizably the person he always was in a lot of senses. Valkia was literally taken by Khorne and remade in an image more pleasing to him. Physically, like she's not a demon prince for some reason, but she's
she is in some places.
She's never had the demonic rules. The rules writers were like, no, she's not a demon prince, and the lore guys were like, but she kind of is.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, totally.
But so the best thing I would say is that to him she is perfect. Which is, we can interpret as a form of love, but I don't think Khorne is capable of that kind of love.
Yeah, it's I think this is something we could sit down and have a good chat about, because the Chaos Gods, what someone like Valkyrie represents, it's kind of deep, and it's kind of beyond the simple views that many have, where they just go, hey, they're married, they have sex and stuff, right? Woo! Yeah, that is a really simple view of how chaos.
Like you would not believe.
We need something a bit more deep here, because Khorne is a chaos god, And that's special. And how that best can be represented, I think, is worth having a chat about. And then looking at the broader background for Valkyrie, I think would be worthwhile. We should do we almost did a stream about her at one point.
We almost did. She lost a little vote, but I really want to do a stream on her because her mortal life, her life is so much fucking cooler than you think it is. Like if you've never read her stories, she is a very cool story. But I actually like what 20 Scontier said. Unlike traditional queen consort and bonding concepts valued by society such as a symbol of purity and tradition, she instead represents the values Khorne wishes to be represented in the world.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that would be definitely worth having a broader stream. Also, before we stop, because I did promise it right at the very beginning that if anyone marked out any posts with a Q or a question...
I mean, if you're feeling okay, I'm not in a rush.
I'm totally fine. If we could ram through like 4 or 5 of those, that'd be really nice. I'm looking to see if I spot any at the very beginning.
So, Battle Chicken, I will say here, we may or may not have this individual show up on Lorebeards at some time in the near future to talk about some things. Who's a very...
no work.
He is a very beloved member of the Warhammer community that I think we can have a chat about some aspects of how Warhammer Fantasy is interpreted by modern audiences that aren't like the hardcore glasses all the way on lore nerds. So that'll be something that we will probably do in the very near future. So keep an ear out for that.
So first one that pops up: if you were transported to the Warhammer world, where and when would you go if you could choose?
I hear Talea is nice this time of year.
Talea,
as the classic saying goes.
I mean, there's so much shit I'd really like to see, but it'd be so dangerous to be there that I wouldn't like to go there. There are parts of Ulthuan I'd love to go to. They would kill me. There's parts of Nagaroth I'd love to see. They would kill me. Parts of Lustria I would love to see. That would kill me. Basically, that's the biggest issue with all of it.
Okay, so Dino Man did a bit earlier that we accidentally missed, but I have it pulled up here.
Have you got it?
Thoughts on this idea for a Lizardman monstrous cavalry unit, Hollerdon riders, based on the Parasaurolophus, Parasaurolophus. There we go. The ones with big. It is P-A-R-A.
Yep.
S-A-U-R-O.
Oh, I spelled that wrong. S-A-U-R-O.
L-O.
Oh, there it is. Got it.
Okay. So they have,
I've seen those
big hollow chests, so they can make really big noise.
Excellent.
What if these creatures had a bellow ability that lowers enemy morale with a driver in either skinks with blow types or a hand of the gods type solar engine thing on melee artillery for monsters covering? I love the idea. Let's talk about that with the next Lacottle stream because that can actually be
the next Lacottle one because I think that'd be super fun.
Yeah, that would be a very fitting creature, I think.
Cheesecake. What actually happens to Elsto's claimed by Aerith Kyle? Is her army of the damn better worse than being claimed by Slaanesh? Oh, it's a good question. So, I would argue it's significantly better, but it's not good.
Yeah, there's actually kind of
by any stretch.
There's a really funny thing in the lore about that, where like in the passage it literally talks about that some elves deliberately try and appeal to Aerith Kyle to take them, but a lot of elves go, "I'll take my chances with Slaanesh, thanks."
I'll try to get my soul into a soul shard.
I'm just not gonna die. Fuck you, I just won't die. Like it's seen as a very drastic option.
From Ivor, how damning are the 4 ruinous powers? Does worshipping them at any point doom your soul, or is there some room for redemption? Worship is an important word. If you're saying worship, you damn be screwed.
Yeah, so like when you think about the northern tribes, there is a very big difference between actively worshiping them and placating them so they don't get angry at you. Those are 2 very different things.
Yeah. In the Warhammer world, the Chaos Gods, once they've got their grip on you, you're kind of screwed. Having said that, though, there are multiple examples inside the lore where they kind of mess that up a little bit and they make it a little bit unsure. And there's even things like demons that have somehow slipped away from their Chaos Gods. So ones that are literally a part of that god have separated themselves and become unique or individual entities. So for every time where we say that never happens, there's an example where it does.
Yeah, I mean, the most famous character that's done something like this was the Bloody Iron Reaver. I always remember his title, and I always struggle to remember his name. Somebody would be like, "Oh, so and so." in that he was a big Chaos champion. But okay, so I will say this: there's a thing where, and you see this in Archaon's storyline, depending on the author, where yes, Lord Mortkin, thank you, who featured in the Siege of Volkanov, which was an awesome campaign story. They just randomly threw in the big red book for 8th edition. But there is a thing where some writers have, and this is very inconsistent. So this is not, I'm not saying this is the way it is. It's very inconsistent. Where some authors will say, if you worship chaos at all in any way whatsoever, you're fucked. You're instantly fucked. They got you. There are some that say, no, you specifically have to sell your soul. If you don't sign the dotted line, you can get out of it. There is a way for you to be redeemed. You kind of see this like what we talked about earlier. The Egrim von Horseman novel plays with this idea where Egrim has not sold his soul to Tzeentch. So at the end of the novel, he's like, haha, I got what I wanted from Tzeentch. I'm going to get away scot-free now. And then Baldros does his thing. And then he's like, well, fuck. Okay, I'm going to sell my soul so I don't die. Lord Mortkin is in the running for Everchosen and destroys Volkanov and kills the son of Valmir von Raukov. So he's a big dick deal. And at the end of the story, he's like, well, I got what I wanted. I want to die a Norse skin. I do not want to die a puppet of chaos. He takes off his helmet. The gods pull back all their gifts and he dies a normal man. So, which is, I would say, a bit of a stretch.
That's a bit of a stretch.
For how powerful he is. But there are some authors that say Archaon has not sold his soul. Archaon dangles it like a treat before all the gods and says, hey, give me power now. Maybe I'll give it to you. And they keep trying to get him, but he refuses to sign on with anyone. So he still has his own soul, which I would say, once again, bit of a stretch. But there are different interpretations of how exactly that works.
Quite. Crank Black, in my recent Total War Warhammer campaign, Krokgar campaign, I've been going around to slay all the Greater Demon characters. Could Krokgar stand up to them in the lore? Love the stream. And yeah, he absolutely could. Although it's always worth noting that when we hit end times or storms of magic or whatever, some of these Greater Demons are beyond the realms of almost anything to deal with. They're so freaking huge. But broadly speaking, yes.
Yeah, Krokgar is what I would heavily classify as a bullshit character. He could do literal bullshit.
Yeah. Rocker Boy Jukebox, did someone save the super chat I made for the Bugman stream that got pushed? I think it'll still be there, but we'll need to check that one later. Can you ping Sotek over on his Discord just to make sure we have it?
Yeah, feel free to just type it again, just for like not send the super chat, just type it in chat. I see you're on YouTube chat. I'll look out for your name. So just type your question and I'll just grab it.
Ricardo Andre, how disciplined are the Lisman armies compared to the other powers of the world? Elves, dwarves, by comparison, arguably more so because of the cold-blooded rule in many respects. Disciplined is an interesting word.
Yeah, that's a fun way to put it, because that's actually kind of a hard question to answer.
Yeah, it is. But in terms of, and also post Tehenowen, they are arguably less disciplined than they once used to be, where they were much more just really an extension of the Slan's will, and that's no longer really the case. But broadly speaking, they're very disciplined. Disagreeing there before we
no, the only thing I would say is that the only thing that kind of gets them that like elves and dwarves don't have to worry about is kind of their more animalistic instincts, which are a thing, like the predatory instinct of the Saurus and the Croxagors, where they have to have a skink nearby to kind of keep them under control. So that's like their only major flaw, but it tends to come up very rarely.
How adaptable are the Beastmen? Asks Grey Fate. Can they establish tribes and hunting grounds outside of the deep forest? Could you get tribes in the mountains, for example? Yes. Beastmen are not tied to the forests, but they absolutely work very well there. I imagine a very simple way of giving you a quick analogy would be, hey, how tied are humans to land? Could they go on the water? And the answer is yes, they absolutely can. And indeed, we can get entire cities in there if we spend enough time. Beastmen are not mindless monsters or mindless creatures. They are capable of moving outside of these standard places where you would expect them to be. Now, does that mean it's common in the lore as it stands? No, it's not. They're generally the children of the forest, and that's where they lie. But we have had nothing more than a very strong very, very strong empire-leaning version of what the Beastmen are. If you take a look at the maps of where the Beastmen are all over the place, there's freaking tons of them everywhere, and many of those places don't have forests. So the answer is broadly, yeah.
This is something we've bitched about a lot when it comes to Beastmen, is that Beastmen is a very deceptive term because it's way too broad of what the Beast of Chaos would be. Like Andy said, the Beastmen you see in Total War and in like the novels and stuff are just the Beastmen of the Empire. And a little bit of Bretonia. That's it. That's all they are. They don't represent Beastmen from anywhere else in the world.
Alexander Hall, I'm curious as to how fights between the Chaos and Druchii go down in Nagaroth. Any modern day examples? I imagine some desperate slaves might see a Chaos warband as a better alternative and try to join.
To my understanding, the only time we've ever realistically would see these guys clash is in naval issues, where they both send out these big scary fleets, but the way they tend to operate, they would be more likely probably to avoid each other than to actively attack one another. Outside of rare exceptions, which there's always exceptions.
I'd say that all the towers to the north are there for a reason, and that's to watch out for and kick them and shit
chaos.
Out of.
I thought it said Chaos Dwarfs, not Chaos.
No, Chaos. Yeah. I mean, there's like loads
they
of
fight
fighting in the
all
north.
the time. They fight all the time.
And you've also got to remember there's a certain pride with the Dark Elves as well, where they think that they are better at fighting and better at doing than any of their slaves. And while slave regiments or slave fighting could be a thing that exists with them, largely the Dark Elves fight their own battles. And yes, they treat their slaves terribly, which means many will move out towards chaos bands if they can somehow escape, or alternatively just move out towards other communities that will almost certainly exist in the periphery of their Nagaroth empire, so to speak. So yeah,
so the big thing I would say to this that's really fun, if you read the Archaon novels, Rob Sanders actually does a really good job portraying a chaos attack on the watchtowers and how suicidal it is most of the time, even when you have a really scary chaos army, because the Dark Elves know that chaos prefers to get in close and fight in melee. That is their preferred method. And they use sorcery to make up for that. But the problem is the Dark Elves have usually better sorcerers than you, and they are more than happy to shoot the living shit out of you from very far away, and they're great at it. So chaos does not, like a lot of chaos tries to attack the Dark Elves. Generally speaking, the Dark Elves come out on top the vast majority of the time. They're very well geared to deal with chaos, and they've got defensive structures, and they pick where they want to fight, whereas chaos is just coming in. And the last thing I'll say is I would bet, and this is something I'd love to see explored if we ever get a Nagaroth book, that there are 100% chaos recruitments and chaos cults among the slaves of Dark Elf society.
Definitely. I mean, there's no doubt about that at all. That's definitely a thing. Loosely speaking, the Dark Elves kick ass. They really do. And beyond the individual stats that you'll get inside army lists, the actual stories of Dark Elves who have been training for decades upon decades upon decades, when it goes man to man, they're better than almost everything in the Warhammer world. And elves in general are superior to almost everyone. It makes it really hard for us to, for example, make stats for them in the roleplay game, because if we stat them properly, they're just better than everyone else. I mean, farcically better if you run by the lore. But yeah, we make stats for them instead.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is also Chaos Hordes, vast majority of them are just unarmored marauders. Like Chaos Warriors are actually surprisingly rare outside of like big hordes. So most of the time you're just dealing with hordes of marauders, which Dark Elves are hilariously equipped to just curb stomp.
Any thoughts on why it seems Tzeentch is the only Chaos God that causes problems for Grand Cathay? He is the only one they have even bothered to name, says Legan Wood. And yeah, it's sort of true.
We've talked about this in some of our Cathay streams, which were all very fun. He's not the only one they name. They have names for all of them. He's just the only one that we actively know the name of because he's the most active threat. But we've talked about how that's kind of ridiculous and doesn't make a ton of sense. But it probably has more to do with Tzeentch has more of an interest in Grand Cathay, whereas the other three have a bit less of an interest. Their attentions are elsewhere in the world more heavily.
And the next one doesn't make any sense. Lorehammer has Skarsnik ever tried to ride Gobla?
I don't think he has, but that's a very funny. Oh man, I wish that had been in his book. Like when they first finally get back together, that would have been a very fun like random note in a chapter would have been him trying and being like, this does not work. This doesn't work.
David Jones, could you see a non-Chaos Barbarian faction popping up as a playable for the old world? Love the Barbarian theme, just wish it wasn't Chaos.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes
to, could definitely be done.
Non-Chaos Barbarians from the north, and also yes to Chaos non-Barbarians from somewhere else.
EJ Cruising, what would you do to make a Greenskin Center campaign that isn't all about fighting? Go watch our Black Crag stream.
Yep. Bring out Gorfang Rockgut.
Yep.
Bring him out.
Yep. We know why Khorne doesn't elevate Valkia to demonhood, but do we know what Valkia's thoughts are on not being made a demon? It is worth noting that in some versions of the background, she absolutely is. Just to be very clear about that. She absolutely is. She's a full demon prince, particularly when we hit the end times. But we don't really know her thoughts on it per se, as I don't think back on it.
Yeah, I don't think she actually... the only time it would ever be brought up is in her novel, but I believe that Valkia knows what her place is and finds supreme satisfaction in it. Like, her position with Khorne as this literal Valkyrie seems to bring her a level of satisfaction that she questions nothing.
One we missed. Hey, Dan, I'm sorry for that one. Hey, guys. So in real life, some fungi have symbiotic relationships with, oh dear, cyanobacteria in colonies called lichen. Given the hypothesis that half-orcs could be created by the orc fungus infecting humans, could this condition be called lycanthropy?
Get out. Get out!
Oh, I didn't realize where it was going. Oh, dude, you made me read that.
That's very clever, but get out.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so that's all the ones that we missed at the beginning. Do we have anything that's coming at the end before we stop?
Yes, we had a couple of little last ones.
Okay, I'll let you grab those in.
Saya, what do all of Khorne's champions think of each other? Valkia, Arbol, and Skulltaker. So unfortunately, the real answer is we don't know. That's probably the most fervent thing a lot of people wish we got more of, was like in the head of the characters of the universe, but because of the nature of the battle game and that it's done from a god perspective, it very rarely, if ever, comes up. So the answer is we have no idea. They never seem to encounter each other and talk about each other. They're just kind of around.
It's actually one of my biggest problems with Khorne in general. And that's that they are so poorly characterized that we can't actually imagine how they work in reality. They just kind of don't.
Yeah,
charge! I mean, do they do dishes? What's going down with these people? Do they have lives? Do they not have lives? And the reflection of it is pretty much ignored, except in the oldest versions of the lore, where Khorne was often given a variety of different characteristic types. But most of the most modern versions of Khorne are just frenzied lunatics, meaning that they do not make great characters to have chats with.
Yeah, Valkia is really heavily saved by her novel. But like Arbol, we know very, very little about Arbol.
It's basically just a character.
Yeah,
he's named.
He's a guy that exists. He has one page of lore, and then everything else is only about like him as a force. But like as an individual, we know so little about him. It's just kind of sad.
It's a bit.
Skulltaker also technically has a novel, because Total War did the fun thing where they basically went, hey, Skulltaker the human and Skulltaker the demon, which the army books kind of implied were different people, but we're saying they're all the same thing because chaos is weird. And it's like, oh, cool. So he has a full novel you can turn to about his mortal life. Sign of the Emperor, Andy and Sotek co-op campaign with Arbol and Tarmakon win. Drown the world in a tide of blood and rot. That could be a fun one at some point. They do start right next to each other. Maybe at some point we'll probably start up a new Total War campaign.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that at some point.
Soonish.
My biggest issue with streaming games is I always forget how to put my tiny little head in front of the game when I'm streaming it. And I just forget how to do it.
It's not hard.
And I know it's not hard. I've been shown how to do it like 12 times, and every time I forget.
Well, by the
It's hilarious
100th
how
time,
bad I am at it.
by the 100th time, it'll be muscle memory.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Right,
But anyway,
so that's done.
yeah, we're pretty much all caught up, and we've been going for about 4 hours. So yeah, I think that's a good
Not
place to
bad
start.
at all. Thank you, everyone. I would like to say a couple of things at the end of that one. Number one, I actually really quite love these streams as an occasional do every once in a while because we get such a variety of questions, and it gives you an opportunity as well to ask all those nibbling little details about stuff that interests you that we never pick up in our core lore streams. So I quite enjoy that. Number two, as I said, if you do have dark deeds, do please post reviews, and of course give it 5 stars everywhere because that would be awesome. So if you happen to have I don't know, a copy somewhere picked up from Amazon or some equivalent, do drop over there, drop some reviews and tell everyone else to buy the bloody game because that would be amazing. And lastly, and in agreement with Jake Wu, because this is what I was about to say, I didn't realize that this one was almost 4 hours. The time just does fly by sometimes in these Wednesday streams. Thank you all for making this so much fun, and thank you all so much for the super chats as well. It's enormously appreciated.
Yeah, this was a nice. This is a nice way to kind of start the year to just kind of let people be like, "Oh, I've just got like things." I think it's actually a really nice place to start. But we'll be getting into if Andy's ready for it, we'll tackle finishing Laquatl next week. Bugman obviously this Sunday. Lawhammer is back this week.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an issue in that Kath is away, and at the moment, there's a bit of nanovirus kicking around with one of our players. So we're not entirely sure what's going to happen this Friday, but we're definitely doing something this Friday.
Okay.
So this Friday at 7 p.m, we will be doing something. I know what I want to do, but it depends entirely on who I actually get well fit and good to go on the Friday.
Okay, and is Rookery back in yet on Saturday?
Rookery's not this Saturday. I think it's the Saturday after that. I'm going to be doing a masterclass. I'm going to be advertising that at the start of next week on the second part of how to create really interesting GM maps, how to make player maps out of your GM maps. Because I did a stream about how to do GM maps at the end of last year, and I'm going to show how to take the GM map you've made and turn it very quickly into a player map. So that's my next one.
Man, I wish this was the tone the Bugman stream will take, but I can tell you it's going to be much more vengeful and much more depressing than that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so Bugman is going to be super duper fun on Sunday, usual time, and then from there, I want as a quick note, that is the 19th. So we'll probably do some kind of vote or something to go into the 26th. But then the week after that is my birthday week, so I'm going to probably take over.
Yeah,
and
you take over that one.
I'll pick a subject because I've got a couple of white whales I need to slay. But yeah, so that should be a really good time. Then
it will be a good time.
Please take care. Have a lovely day. This was super fun, and we'll see you guys. Well, you'll see Andy on Friday, but you'll see both of us on Sunday.
Yeah, and so until then, we'll see you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.